Okay. Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? Yes, I am indeed the Lavender Lady, and I am on the air. I didn't know whether I was going to be on today, and basically what happened was I had a very, very painful attack from the umbilical ulcer, not ulcer, umbilical hernia that I have, and put me in a little bit of doubt as to whether or not I would be on today. But it's okay. We're gonna go short because Kate as well is not feeling up to snuff here. So
Yeah, my innards have been rebelling.
not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. Which is
No.
okay because I am Amiga Nuts. How you doing? And I see Johnny here, and I see
Mm.
Shadow Kitty, and yeah, I'm like Miss Barbara, with the damned mirror on Romper Room, And I see Betty, and I see Joey, and oh God, I remember that stuff. Anyway, yeah, it's sports ball day today, I guess.
Yeah, go sports, win the points, do the
And I really don't give. I don't give tuppence about it because I'm not a football fan. And no, the fact that I grew up in Cleveland does not have anything to do with that. Really, it doesn't. I think the Browns are the only team I know of that never made the Super Bowl. Um, but what I find interesting here is that today's game is billed as Super Bowl 54. There's a little bit of a problem here. If you look over here at the tickets for the first three games, hopefully you guys can hear me and I've set everything up right. Do you notice what is not on those three tickets? Nowhere does there appear the words Super Bowl. It was the World Championship game. And so I don't necessarily count those as Super Bowls. And also, by the way, kids, um, I'm also a little pissed off at NASA for the way they renumbered the Apollo flights. So yeah, it's not simply this. Let's go
Well,
back.
is there a Canadian football team the way there's a Canadian baseball team?
Oh, you mean a team in Canada?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Well, because I'm just wondering how they can call it the World Championship when it's confined to one country.
Uh huh. Yeah, that was.
That one's always bugged me. It's like, an international airport has one flight to Canada a week. Ooh, you're so international. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
and so I'm just wondering, like this not actually a Super Bowl. What was their justification in calling it what they called it?
Yeah, I have no freaking idea. Well, the the same thing applied in baseball before the Montreal Expos became a thing. And I believe more than one person mentioned, why are you calling it a World Series when all of the teams are in the U.S. or in Japan, and the U.S. never played Japan in any of those games. They weren't counted. Um, from what I understand, I don't know if this is actually a thing or not, but in baseball, um, I think it's claimed that at least promotionally or something like that, there was the New York World, which promoted this team against team championship thing in the early 1900s. What was it, 1903, 1904 or something? And allegedly it got its name from that. Couldn't and maybe the feetball thing took it from there, and
Someone's unhappy.
yeah, someone is definitely unhappy. She's horny. Yeah,
Okay.
damn it.
I meant the cat.
That's what I meant too.
In that case, shut up far.
I tell you now, I think we've mentioned this previously. I don't know how much time we gave it. Um, the whole
Yeah.
sex thing doesn't mean all that much to me at this point. It's not that I'm disinterested. It's just that it's
Mhm.
not a primary focus of my
Yeah,
life.
no, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. I'm
Um,
actually I think I've said it before in passing, but I'm like just being ace myself.
yeah, I remember you mentioning that, and the same may apply to me as far as that goes at this point. Um,
Mm.
I'm not sure. I'm really not. I guess it depends on how you define ace.
Well, let's put it this way. I have not felt the need to get laid since 2000.
Okay, okay, that sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So, I mean, like, I enjoy certain kinds of physical affection. I've never been one to, um, not deny, turn down, I guess, a good snog session.
oh,
But,
okay, okay, okay.
I don't really need to get past first base. It's not a goal of mine.
Well, I remember being in a discussion a little while back or something where somebody mentioned to me, yeah, if somebody said, "Hey, let's go for it," surely you'd be all over that person. And my answer, I was trying to find the right way to answer that question. No, I wouldn't necessarily. Um, it's a matter of the companionship, the affection, certain degrees of physical things, the touch, that sort of thing. That's what really floats my boat. Um,
Mm.
and the talking,
Well, I
the
mean,
talking is
I've
a
always
big thing.
I've always seen that as kind of separate though. Like, I mean, I can get those things from a lot of people. I've had platonic folks that like filled that need. So, I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I
I
mean,
can't. I guess what I'm after or what I'm talking about is that sort of stuff with a special person. That person is
mm,
special to me, and you know, ca- special capital S, that sort of thing. And
sure.
even in this is the amazing thing, even in some of my long-term relationships, that person turned out to be not that kind of special, and it was very, very disappointing.
Mm,
Well, it was tear-inducing in some ways because I've been in at least one abusive relationship, and
oh,
unfortunately that lasted 11 years.
oh,
I just couldn't find it to get the hell out. Okay, and
yeah.
but I mean, on her good days, we could talk about stuff. Baseball was a fun topic, and we were both immense baseball fans.
Well, with a proper diet and exercise regimen, you could be regular sized baseball in no
Yeah.
time, and I will never, ever get tired of that joke.
I'm working on that at this point. I'm really
Mm,
trying to. Hey, you shut the hell up,
my
okay?
word.
Yeah, she's. I may have to put her in another room to do something about the noise, which is something I had forgotten to do before we started. But I was amazed when I checked myself on the scale this morning and came in at 210. That is the lightest I have been in 5 years. Yay
Well,
me!
that's yeah,
And this
yeah,
is
that's good job.
this is down from, well, I I got as heavy as 240 when I quit smoking, and yeah, it was interesting. R and Raw and I were at the same weight at that point, which
Mm.
surprised the hell out of me. Um, I thought he was a little
What
bit.
on earth is that plingity plingity?
Oh, my phone is having an orgasm. Um,
Oh,
I don't know exactly what triggers it. It may or may not be the Facebook app on here. But even back
oh,
when I had it turned off, it would do this. Not on the hour, but about 19 minutes after the hour, like clockwork. It would do this, and I don't know what's doing it. I really don't. Um,
yeah. I've had schedules that I made on like Facebook or Meetup, and then all of a sudden my phone decides to remind me, and I'm like, when did I give you permission to be on my phone and not on my PC?
oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
It just showed up there. And the first thing that
yeah.
comes to my mind is how did it know where to show up? Was there a phone number that you gave it when you signed up or anything like that?
Well, I mean, maybe it's like I don't think I have a Meetup app on my phone. I really don't, but I do have like a Facebook app and a Twitter app, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't even bother with the Facebook. I have the Twitter up there because sometimes I need to make a post or something while I'm on the bus, and you really don't do very well at a PC when you're on the P1 heading home. Uh,
Sure.
but yeah, the P1 is that uh, light rail sort of thing that involves buses.
Oh,
Yeah. Now, Pittsburgh does have light rail, but only the rich people get it.
oh, like only in their neighborhood.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
I
it's in neighborhoods like Library or couple others where the
I'm
cost of
sorry, did
living is
you
a little
say
higher.
library?
The income. Yeah, Library, PA.
That's
It's
a thing.
yeah, it's a little bit
Uh,
south of the Monongahela.
okay, well, I ain't never heard of it. And Monongahela, you're just making that up.
Nope. The Monongahela River is the southern river that defines Pittsburgh.
Okay, so it sounds Native American.
Kind of. Yeah, I don't know if it's a mispronunciation of Native American or if it's accurate or what it is. Um, yeah, the river that runs along the southern land mass or the southern part of the land mass is the Monongahela. The one that runs north, or the northern part of the land mass is the Allegheny. Those two join up and form the Ohio
Mm.
at what they call a point.
Hey, is Ohio Native American too?
I believe it is. I cannot remember what it means, but
Well, I mean, because like, I sometimes wonder where we get the names for places, and it seems like a lot of Native American names ended up in play.
yeah, I think I remember Purple Rhymes with Orange mentioning that a lot of the place names where he's currently living and soon to be moving out of were the colonists' mispronunciations of the French mispronunciations of Native American words.
Hmm.
One of those deals.
Well, I
Um,
mean, like where I was raised in Vermont, we have the Winooski River, which translates as onion river of all things.
oh, yum.
Yeah.
Honey, come on, don't do that. She's about ready
So,
to.
and
Oh,
I'm pretty sure
okay. Hmm?
I'm pretty sure Puyallup and all of that is Native American too, up in Washington.
Okay, probably. What I've got from the font of all knowledge here is, let's see, the state takes its name from the Ohio River, whose name in turn originated from the Seneca word Ohio, meaning, I know it sounds Japanese, but what the fuck? Meaning
Mm.
good river, great river, or large creek. Partitioned from the Northwest Territory, Ohio was the 17th state admitted to the Union on 1 March 1803, and the first under the Northwest Ordinance. And it's a fucking Republican shithole.
Well, Ohio means good morning in Japanish.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Ohio gozaimasu is basically, good morning with a lot of like enthusiasm and respect. And
Okay.
wow,
You know what we're going to do? Give me a half a second, would you? I'm going to take care of that noise.
okay. And while you're gone, I'll be insulting you behind your back.
Oh, my
Kidding.
word. Hey, little one, get
Kidding.
over here. Yeah, you, come here. Oh, my word. Oh, I question your taste in prospective boyfriends. No. Oh, boy, boy. Okay, you do that over there. There. Oy vey. Now, how did that get over there? I don't get it. Well, why don't we do this? There, that works a little better. I don't know how that got. Yeah, my YouTube screen was showing the golden apple, and it's like, how did it do that? It's all better now. Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
Hans. It's just never, never, ever allowed to talk football. It's
Well,
really. Hmm?
I've mentioned before why I watch the Super Bowl, right?
Was it the commercials or
No,
no?
no, it was because when I was an Xbox tester, they made me play NFL Fever
Oh,
2002 for the week.
yeah. Now
And
I
I ended up
remember.
kind of liking the game a little bit, which is weird because I'm not sports ball people, but once a year, I watch the Super Bowl and I choose who's going to win based on whose helmets I like best.
Okay, then.
Well, I mean, what other reason would I have? What other criteria would I use to base my choice on since I don't pay attention to the game all year until the Super Bowl?
Yeah, there you go. Well, I don't know. Maybe you like the city from which the team is based. I don't know.
I have no feeling about a city whatsoever. There's like aside from Seattle and Burlington slash South Burlington in Vermont, I have like no feelings about cities.
It's interesting though. I hope that this whole picture thing is working. I thought I put the audio in. Let's see. One thing I noticed when I was looking at these three pictures, the ticket in the middle, the World Championship game, the second one. If you look in the lower right, there's a feetball player with an orange helmet and a white stripe going down the middle.
Uh-huh.
That, my dear friends, is the closest the Browns have ever got to a Super Bowl.
Okay. I actually can't see this ticket. All I see is oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the thing is that I usually what I do is I pause the stream instead of having it on with no sound on, just because well, it's easier. The number of times when I've closed the stream when it's done and then gone to watch something else on YouTube, and all of a sudden I'm like, why is there no sound coming out of this? Oh, that's right. So I usually pause the stream instead of muting it because, it's just easier for later. But as a result, I never actually see what's going on the stream. And looking at it, it looks like it's almost entirely my face when you don't have those tickets up, which is a little intimidating. But
Oh, no, come on. Even
oh,
even my system over here recognizes your amazing beauty and wants to broadcast it
not
all over the
feeling
world, you know?
well. I'm not feeling I'm not feeling very well. And what if I have to do something nasal? I don't really want people watching me going all the time, I mean,
Oh my word, I get you. I get you on that
so it's
one.
a little intimidating.
And Amiga Nuts, yes, she did say Super Bowl. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. What do
I
we do? Call people get schnockered watching this
oh
thing.
jeez, man, do they ever?
It's probably the biggest beer selling day of all year. So
I was
I
t-
don't drink beer unless it's root or ginger, but still.
okay. I was to a Super Bowl party when Anita and I were together. Now this was a hell of a long time ago. Let me think now. It was probably about 94 or 95. The Steelers were one of the teams, and of course, everybody here in Pittsburgh was all over the damn game because the Pittsburgh Steelers are the gods down from Mount Olympus.
Mm.
Oh, God, it's amazing. I never in my life have seen anybody with as much fervor over a sports ball team. I mean, even New Yorkers and the Yankees don't
Mm.
have that sort of thing going on. Um, well, there was. I'm not kidding when I say this. There was a what do you want to incident? That's the word I'm looking for. In a diner, uh,
Mm.
had a couple guys sitting at the counter, and then you had somebody sitting off to the side who made a comment about the Steelers that the other two guys didn't like. They waited until the commenter went into the John, and they beat him to death. Yep,
Jeepers.
it actually happened. I cannot remember the date. It was a while back.
Let me
Um,
guess. The judge was a Steelers fan and let them off.
that would be, yeah, I almost wouldn't doubt that fact. Um, Man, beach.
Well, I mean, like, okay, you know why I prefer the Mets to the Yankees?
No, I actually don't remember. Or
I've never said until now. It's because their hats are blue. I like blue. It's my favorite color.
oh, okay.
That is the single solitary reason I prefer the Mets to the Yankees because I don't know shit about baseball.
Oh my.
Like the
Okay.
extent of my knowledge of baseball is watching movies like Major League and The Sandlot.
Oh, I loved The Sandlot.
Yeah, I just got a copy of it because, like, I've been playing online, well, VR sports like Spark, and like I just kept saying to people who were playing like shit, I'm like, "You're killing me, Smalls," and like I hadn't seen the movie since it came out on home video, and I felt the need, so I bought a copy. It was like $5, so
Okay, then. Trying to remember if I did manage to get a copy of Sandlot. The way I saw Sandlot, um, I used to donate platelets, blood platelets, and
yeah.
it's a procedure that goes on for a while. So they have television screens over the couch, and you can
Hmm.
choose a movie, and you can watch the movie, and all that kind of stuff. And one of the movies they had was Sandlot, and it was I really liked it. I really did. Um,
Hmm.
um,
Well, I mean, I'm not even sure why I watched it because, again, not baseball people, but I guess it was because I was working in video stores in the '90s when it came out,
Okay.
and I was running out of shit to watch, and it was just sitting there on the shelf. And, when you work at video stores, they let you take home any movie for free, as long as you don't take new releases on the weekends was the rule.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
yeah, yeah. So I watched so many fucking movies in the like 2 or 3 years I worked at Empire Video.
I'm just
Yeah.
curious. Did they have any of the informative series there? Like it would have been the first Cosmos, or what was the one that Desmond Morris did? The Naked Ape, or any of that? Or was that not popular enough?
Well, I know Cosmos was there, but I don't know this Naked Ape crapola. So I couldn't tell you on that one, but we definitely had Cosmos.
Okay, then. Okay. Good thing. Good thing. Yay for the store.
So do I.
Oh, yay! I don't have physical DVDs, so yeah, that's how I got my copies.
You
Yay!
know my favorite baseball movie of all time though?
Hmm.
League of Their Own.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine why. I can understand
Yeah.
why.
Well, mostly because I have a crush on Lori Petty, but it's still pretty good.
And you heard it here,
Lori Petty
ladies
is
and
great.
gentlemen.
Well, I mean, okay, she's not aged as well as one might hope, but she's still awesome, and I had such a crush on her as Tank Girl. You have no idea.
Hello.
Hello.
Have you seen Tank Girl?
No.
Yes.
It's one of the most '90s movies ever,
Oh
but
my
but
god.
in a good way. And Lori Petty is so friggin' hot in that movie. So
Ah.
Yeah, yeah, we're trying to keep this one short.
whoa, holy echo,
Oh my
Batman.
word, Mom NATO. Yeah, you got a whole big thing going over there with the
There.
echo.
Better.
Yeah,
I
it
don't know
actually
yet.
is.
Yeah, there
I
we
just have to remember to turn the mic down or my volume down on my headset.
go.
I don't know why it does that, but it does.
It doesn't
It's
like
because
you.
it doesn't. Excuse me, that was my line.
Dude, just fucking
I
minute.
was
Chill.
totally going there.
Ah.
Yeah, it's well,
God damn, my coffee went cold.
I had an interesting time yesterday. Now I know you don't do Twitter, so you didn't see the notice.
Mhm.
I had a hell of a painful attack, which is very likely associated with my umbilical hernia.
Oh. Oh no.
I
Yeah.
didn't even know you were pregnant.
Wouldn't that be fun? I mean, I could pay for
Mm,
my surgery if that happened. Um, and then Kate's not the best of shape either. It's
no.
Oh no. I'm sorry to hear
My
that.
my my digestive system decided to rebel yesterday.
Oh,
And
everybody.
hi, sweetness.
and now I feel like I have a bit of a cold, and it's probably, that beer virus that's going around.
Now, do we actually have
So,
a YouTube link for today?
Yeah, yeah,
don't
yeah,
we?
yeah.
Because it's not showing on your list on the homepage for you.
That
Where?
is true. I was trying to get into the
Ah,
chat
there it goes.
before the show started and
Yeah,
could
it's
not
showing
find it.
now.
Yeah, I started this up in a manner a bit differently to the way I usually do. I set up the live stream on the fly rather than
Mm-hmm.
setting it up like last night or some shit like that, and
Mm-hmm.
referring to it today. Now, I everything was I set it up maybe okay, wait a minute, it's 12:36, so I probably set the whole damn thing up at quarter to 12,
Oh,
and then
Mm.
just sat there
So,
and waited for the time, and then hit the button, and there it went. That might be a reason it didn't show up on the whatever it is.
until just now.
And you know what I should do? Thank you for reminding me.
Hmm.
Because I note that we have only 11 watching. Um, Either they finally cottoned on to me and, hey, her shows are crap. I'm not going to watch it. Or it's not widely known today. Let's do the share. Let's do
Well,
the
yeah,
Twitter.
I remember a time when 11 people watching was amazing. And now all of a sudden it's only 11 people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
things have changed a little bit. Not very much, but I think I usually get about 20,
yeah.
maybe 25.
Well, Kate
Yeah,
probably heard about this on movie night. I think she was watching.
I
My
was watching.
doctor has put me on 5 different prescriptions.
Wow.
And
Potassium, iron, my water pill, which is working wonderfully, by the way, baby aspirin, and vitamin D pills once a week.
they can make aspirin out of babies?
Yes, they can.
I didn't know that they
It's a
still
wonderful
made
thing.
baby aspirin. Okay.
Well, yeah, they do. It's the 81 milligram tablets.
Yeah, because I
And
had
it's mainly made just so that if your baby's sick, you can give them something for their illness. Yeah.
yeah, because I
But,
had thought that maybe because of all the warnings and watches and all that stuff about
mhm,
aspirin, they said, okay, let's not give it to the kids. Let's give them paracetamol or something like that.
right.
I know with me, I can no longer take aspirin.
Right.
The
Well,
whole kidney thing.
I wasn't expecting it, but she said that the water pills are leaching the potassium out of my system.
Yes, they do that. Yes,
And but my blood pressure reading this week was 118 over 79.
not bad.
Considering the first time I went it was 140 over 82.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then yeah, it dropped um almost 20 points between this month and last month.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I need to count out my pills, but yeah, I'm
Yeah.
on an antihypertensive. Um, it's called
Right.
amlodipine.
Well, I was rather surprised at the drop. She didn't expect it to drop quite that much,
Okay.
but she's happy that it did. And, it saves me from going on to actual high blood pressure medicine that's not a diuretic. But
You
Okay then.
know,
she
I've
did all
always
my
been weirded out by that term just because it sounds like it's going to make you flow from the bottom.
yeah. Um, but she said all of my readings were good except for my vitamin D, and I'm severely anemic. And I know why I'm anemic because meat costs so fucking much.
Oh, tell me about it. I was looking at food yesterday. I was
Mhm,
on the way to Target because I went to Target to get my medications. Um,
Are
mhm.
you
I
referring to Target?
Of course.
Yeah,
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that wonderful French boutique.
yeah.
So, how much is so much for meat?
Okay, for a single pound of 80% lean ground
Oh,
beef
jeez.
Hmm.
at the store last week, I paid $5
Well, that doesn't sound so bad.
for 1 pound. That's a lot
Yeah.
of money
Yeah,
when you're on a
especially
fixed income.
yeah. As
Well, sure, but I mean, that still sounds pretty normal.
well,
I'm
when I
used
was
to
looking,
ground meat costing like ground chuck and stuff, the cheap shit, usually costs $1.99 a pound where I'm from.
holy fuck,
Wow.
that's
Yeah, in
amazing.
Missouri, because you have cows fucking everywhere.
Now I
Now
Meat
want to
wait
is
know
a
what it.
minute.
not
Wait a minute. Do
expensive.
you have to
Now I
hide the
want to
kid's
know what it.
eyes or what?
Yes.
Okay,
What?
okay.
I just what? I lost
Cows
something.
fucking everywhere.
Oh, but I mean, I wonder what beef costs in Vermont then, because
It's
Vermont is
cheap.
lousy with cows.
It's cheap. I have a friend who's in Wisconsin and stuff, and he says that
But
they can go to the local butcher and get it for like $2 a pound.
okay, but you know what Wisconsin isn't?
What?
Vermont.
Yeah, but it's
Well, no, but
they have.
I said what I want to know is how much beef costs in
I know
Vermont, not
you could look.
Wisconsin.
Okay, what you could do is you could go to the Walmart site and then pull up a city in Vermont, and it will give you the prices there per
Or
pound.
I could just type in price of beef in Vermont into
You could do
Google.
that too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy crap. That is not. Let's type in per pound.
Oh, what? Did you see a tenderloin for $90 or something like that?
No, it says here. Well, this looks like an even a history thing, but it says the average price of a dressed beef carcass was $285 per hundredweight. I don't know what the fuck that means.
uh,
I believe that's 100
basically,
It,
pounds.
yeah.
sure, but point being, it says here $5.35 per pound.
Wow, for what kind of cut?
I don't know. It just says per hanging weight or hanging weight, whatever the frig that
Okay,
means.
that's still not what you'd buy in the store.
Yeah,
Hanging weight is what it weighs when it's hanging from a hook.
yeah,
Fine, I'll go to the friggin' Walmart site
the
then.
side of beef that's hooked up to the ceiling. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think here. When I was looking at beef at the Squall Mart, the
Mhm.
cheaper cuts were like
Hmm.
$7 a pound.
Mhm.
You have some rather odd names for Walmart.
I don't like
Okay.
Walmart. The only reason I go there is it's close, and I mean the Target, for example, the one I used to go to all the time because I could get on my bicycle and go there. It takes
Oh
about an
Jesus.
hour to get there now.
Okay, you know those like it's ground beef, but it's in sort of a huge thick sausage plastic package. You know what I'm talking about?
Kind of, sorta.
Okay, well, apparently that's $2.88 a
Mhm.
pound.
God, I'd
Yeah.
go
It's
for that.
frozen,
That
but
doesn't. Yeah.
hold on.
Because even beef stew meat, I was looking,
Mhm.
was over $7 a pound.
Of course, it also depends what like the fat versus lean
Mhm.
content
Yeah.
matters. So there's
Okay,
that.
then.
Um, hold on. Let me percentage, winder, and Veyer. That's what I mean when I say the sort of plastic sausage package.
Let me have the look. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Uh huh. Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even
I
that
they
is.
have an official name, but I don't know
Yeah.
it.
Tube meat.
Okay,
A tube.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course,
and
we
But
had the
that's still $4.99 a pound here.
okay. Well,
we
it's not in Vermont, so Vermont's better than you.
Yes, they are.
yeah. Well,
Uh,
Hmm.
yeah.
Right,
So,
I need to look
okay.
up.
let's try ground beef and see what comes up.
Ground chick.
So that's right, ground beef.
No,
So,
ground chick.
hey, you know what's kind of strange to me? Have you ever
Hmm?
noticed that sometimes accents will change based on whether it's a man or woman speaking?
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah.
Isn't that
Yeah.
weird?
yeah. It actually is. I think
Yeah.
Yeah.
if I remember the way my ears reacted to these things, I think Yorkshire is one of them. Um,
Mm.
to my ears, Yorkshire sounds so pretty when spoken by a woman, and when it's spoken by a man, an almost palatable Highlander.
Mm.
Oh.
Are you the Highlander?
Of course,
Well,
I
I mean,
do
like,
remember. Hmm?
I actually have a really hard time approximating like a feminine Scottish accent because I hear it so little.
Okay, then. Yeah,
Mm.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you much about feminine Scottish, but my freshman bio teacher had the loveliest Scottish accent. He was from Edinburgh,
Mm.
and it was absolutely
Berg.
beautiful. I mean, I could fall in love with his accent. Um,
Mm.
well,
Mm.
plus Dr. C was a really great guy. I mean, really nice, really helpful, the whole bit like this. Well, what might have helped, there were two of us he really liked, and we liked him many much. And part of the reason might have been that we were non traditional students. I was 35, and Tim was, I think, 39.
Is that
Who,
related to the
who,
girl who
who's
said dumping?
Tim?
Huh? What?
Who's Tim?
He was the other member of the pair that used to hang around with Dr. C quite a lot. We were in his freshman bio class.
Were there those that call him Tim?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Sorry, that was necessary. I had no.
Oh, God, yes. I loved that character. I really did. The whole.
You know what's funny? I heard a like a bit of trivia about that character is that originally he was supposed to have some really complicated name, like for Lurgan Schnarger the Wise or some shit,
Okay.
although less fakey German sounding, and like I guess John Cleese couldn't pronounce it or something, and so he just on the fly said Tim, and they thought it was great and kept it.
We're keeping this. Yeah. Oh, God.
Okay.
That was a
It's just
great
a shame they
film.
didn't call him Brian. I know Life of Brian is a thing with Monty Python, but they chose Brian in a lot of contexts just because they thought it was the most sort of boring name, but not just boring. It was the name of the guy who was
Plain.
a little no. It was the name of the guy who was a little slow. Like
Oh.
Brian was just that guy where it's like, you're kind of special, aren't you?
Oh,
Mm.
okay.
Yeah, what I'm
Yeah.
looking here on the Squalmart site. Now, what I don't know offhand, if anybody knows, please let me know. Does Walmart have the same price structure everywhere, or does it change a bit depending on
It
where you are?
changes per state. They have a basic general idea of what they want their prices to be, but they have to adapt to what the state's
Okay,
market
yeah,
is.
I'm looking here at. Okay, let's see. All natural, 90% lean, 10% fat, ground beef sirloin tray, 2.25 pounds for only $10.24. $4.55 a pound.
Um,
Even that's a little pricey for me.
Yeah.
well, there
Um,
are a
Well,
lot of places where it just depends on whether or not it's a local industry, like a very
mhm,
commonly found thing in that place.
mhm.
Because, Vermont maple syrup and apples are just like every frickin' where, and they're very cheap because that's a Vermont industry. But, you go to like here in California and not so much. Although oranges are a lot cheaper than some places.
okay, now, this is going to be a stupid question, but did Orange County get its name from the fruit?
I could not tell you that because I am not from here originally and never bothered to research it.
Okay.
I do know that Burbank was a guy's last name.
Yeah, Luther Burbank. Yes.
No,
No?
David.
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 Oh, sorry about that. I got that one wrong. I never get shit wrong.
Uh,
Uh,
I only know this because of Patton Oswalt. He did a routine about it because he like originally thought, well, maybe Burbank has some history where it was like there was some General Burbank who conquered a Native American tribe and settled here, saying this is the town of. No, apparently the guy just bought a plot of land and declared it in his last name.
all right, all
You
right.
know,
I like
and
that.
his name was David Burbank, although Patton Oswalt said Dave, which was a lot funnier. But the thing is, I thought maybe that's just part of his comedy routine, but I looked it up and no, he was completely truthful.
The one I
Hmm.
like um, was it Laugh-In with the from beautiful downtown Burbank.
I think it was. I only know that because they used to have it on Nick at Night back in the day when Nickelodeon was
Mhm.
still watchable.
Okay, then. Yeah, I do not know how unwatchable these things are anymore because it's been a while. It really has been. I was thinking about this earlier today. Um, the girl upstairs, my friend Nakia, uh, the second thing she did when she moved in was buy a television.
Mhm.
Mm.
And I found that to be interesting because she was cash strapped. Uh, she was making, I don't know, maybe $400 a month at the time. Uh,
Mm.
Yikes.
Now, she did not get cable or anything like that. She took things out of the air, but still, the television cost a couple of hundred, and that was right after she bought the same type of sofa bed that I have, which was half a grand. And
Mm.
I'm thinking, now wait a minute, why are you doing this? And it amazes me that okay, I'm trying hard to not look down on people for watching television. I really am trying hard, but I do think well, aren't there books? Stuff like that. There's a
Mhm.
library right down the street. I mean, it's a very small library. I'm not kidding when I say that I have more books than this place does. Um,
Mm.
Well, I mean, I used to read a lot more than I do now. Um, it was like I mean, when I was a teenager, I would just lie down on the couch and read and be infested by cats.
Yeah.
Uh, and now not so much because I got my computer and I got some really kick-ass games and I've got like projects to work on that require the computer and I just don't really have the time to read anymore. And like
okay,
and part of it is just that like I don't know. There's a more visceral feeling to something audiovisual,
okay,
you know?
okay. I'll give you that.
And so that's part of it. And I guess, I don't know. Part of it is also like ever since I got rid of my couch to make more room for VR, I don't like reading in bed that much unless I'm trying to fall asleep.
Okay then.
My thing is that a lot of the print in books is so small these days to me that I
Get a
can't
Kindle.
actually read them, even with the bifocals. And reading online allows me to increase the text size.
Well, that's why you
Yeah,
need a
okay.
Kindle. You don't need to read online, you can get a Kindle, and Kindles let you change
Well,
the font size too, and their book size, which makes it so much easier than like, I've never been able to read a book on a computer.
mm, well, I also put them on my tablet. Ah,
Oh, well, close enough then.
yeah. And I also have Audible, which allows me
Oh
to
yeah,
listen
yeah.
to books. That's
Okay, see,
another
I've
thing.
never
Yeah.
been able to do audiobooks.
Some of them are good, some of them aren't.
There are some I
Well,
Um,
think I'd like to listen to. I know that God is Not Great is out there, and I love the way Hitchens narrates.
oh, he read it himself, did he?
Yes,
I did not know that.
it's
I
it's
like
on
to think
it's
it's
on
like,
YouTube. It runs 8 hours.
well, the thing is though that I read fiction,
mhm.
sci-fi, fantasy, all of that stuff. And I don't know, if you have read a lot of like that, but there are characters with names that are not English. And I have
Mhm.
had some of the most bitter, knockdown, drag out fights with friends over how to pronounce some character
Oh,
names.
goodness.
Okay,
And
Okay.
okay, there was the Belgariad and the Malorian by
Mhm.
David Eddings, which not as good now as they were in high school, I hate to say.
Yeah.
Um,
oh, I know stuff
but
like that. Yeah.
but the thing is that a friend of mine pronounced the sorcerer. Now it I said Belgarath, but she said Belgarath. Now
I
the
said
thing is, the way that the universe works, you put Bell in front of your name when you become a sorcerer.
mhm.
And that's the thing is then his name would have been Garath if before he became a sorcerer instead of Gareth.
Right.
And
I'm with
so
you.
I
It's
was
Gareth.
yeah, so Belgarath, but she said Belgarath. And I was like, really? Because the main character spends his name or spends most of the time being Garian before he's Belgarian.
Yeah.
The logic is there, but
Wait, so would
no,
that mean he's from Bulgaria?
not even slightly. And so then we it never impacted our friendship, but boy did we argue. So
Oh
I agree with
man,
you that it was Belgareth because it's
yeah.
the Belgariad series.
Not the Belgariad.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
remember the one. Was it something we were talking about, Kate, where I got a pronunciation with the accent on the wrong syllable?
You're gonna have to be a lot more specific.
On
The
the wrong
problem is I don't
syllable.
remember well enough to be able to turn up the name. It was a very simple thing about where the accent went. That's one thing I do remember.
TV
Um,
tropes.
huh?
That's not gonna help.
No, it
There,
was
there's a site called TV tropes, and it's not gonna help in this case.
okay, especially since this was a character in a book.
Mm.
Oh well, but yeah, that I've had that happen, especially on the syllabification of these names, um, because I tend to fall into the thing about the accent on the second syllable. It just
Hmm.
looks that way into my ear. I've never heard it before, but it still sounds right. And the accent on the first syllable doesn't sound right to my ear, even the first time I hear it. Maybe it's
See,
Germanic syllabification. I don't know.
I am exactly the opposite. My natural inclination is to put the emphasis on the first syllable in just about everything. Like, okay, you know the language Tagalog?
Yes, yes, spoken in the Philippines.
I spent forever convinced that it was Tagalog because that's sure what it looks like, Tagalog. But, and every time I heard someone say Tagalog, I was spelling that in my head completely differently from reality,
Okay, then.
right? And then somewhere I made the connection. Like I think someone might have been narrating something that was on screen, and I had this moment of holy shit, have I been getting that wrong?
Mm,
You know?
mm.
And 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 part of it is just because my natural inclination is to put the emphasis on the first syllable. And so my brain was tag a log,
Uh huh.
you see.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Um,
although there are some words that just to me sound so wrong if you don't put the emphasis, or if you do put the emphasis on the first syllable. And I'm trying to think of one, but every now and then I hear people do it and I'm just like, ugh. So
one of these
yeah.
days, one of these Sundays, I should introduce the show with, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. This is Coffee with Lavender. See what they do.
Love saying lavender. There's something about saying lavender that amuses me. I'm trying to think of one of those words where people put the emphasis on the first syllable and it wigs me hard. I can't think of it right now though.
Okay.
Uh oh, I know. Insurance. Instead of insurance,
Oh
insurance.
my word. That pronunciation is very common in southern
Hmm?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, that drives me right the fuck up the wall.
Yeah,
So
well,
15% or 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
No, it's
no,
insurance.
insurance.
Well, the word should be insurance, not insurance.
Yeah.
I
And then the
know,
other
I
one,
know.
oh
Well,
my, the other one that gets to me, I mean, I can feel every neuron in my ears grating. Um, for example, my maternal grandmother, who was from eastern Pennsylvania, a little bit farther north than I had originally thought. She was from the Harrisburg neighborhood. But
Mm-hmm.
that stuff in the camera, it's wound around a spool, and then it goes behind the lens, and the light falls on it, and then you wind it around the next, and you
The
get the
film.
pictures out of it. Film,
Film.
film. It
Oh my
was,
god.
yeah, and it was common enough that in grade school we got the thing in phonics or whatever they call that class. It's no, that's one syllable. It's not film. It is film. So
Yeah.
mm,
the demographics of the Cleveland area included quite a lot of people who talked about film.
I would have been so confused if I heard that. Like seriously, if someone said film around me and I tried to understand, I'd be what the it sounds like a frog ribbiting.
Yeah, well,
It
it took me quite a while to figure out what the hell Grandma was talking about.
you know what it
Well,
reminds me of? Like somebody forgot to put mint on the end of it. Filament.
Uh huh. Okay. Okay.
well, okay, someone recently accused me because I apparently did this in one of my videos of saying mirrors instead of mirrors,
So,
right? Mirrors.
yeah,
Now,
somebody just
granted, it's
twittered about that
definitely
a
a
day or
Vermont
two ago. Hmm.
it's definitely a Vermont thing to say mirrors because I heard it all through my childhood, but it bugged the crap out of me when I heard someone say it. Now, to accuse me of saying it, I'm like, but I didn't. I might have slurred the R's a little, but not, I didn't say mirrors. I definitely did not say mirrors.
Yeah, we got
But
that.
I do say mirrors, mirrors. Like there is a
Mirrors.
together of those R's.
Yeah, we got that a lot in Cleveland. Yeah, that they were called mirrors. Um, I don't know. They thought that sometime in the future someone was going to put them in orbit, and no. Anyway, the the other thing we got in grade school was it's not genuine or iodine. It's genuine.
Mm.
Well, they didn't
Well, no,
harp
it
too
is
much on.
iodine.
Well, actually, the IUPAC name, the way IUPAC wants it pronounced, is in keeping with the other elements in that period. You don't
Okay.
have chlorine, you don't have fluorine, you don't have bromine.
Well, I have never heard anyone not say iodine until this very moment.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Oh, well. Wait
Yeah.
a minute. In the chemistry classes I was in, it was always iodine. Yeah, um,
Mm.
and
Mm,
most
that's
likely because
weird.
it was a chemistry class. Yeah, because you have fluorine, chlorine, bromine, iodine, and then astatine, and what's the one after astatine? Tennessine, the new one.
What?
Yeah, there's a relatively new halogen, and let me look it up and make sure I have it right. But I believe it's Tennessine, named for the Oak Ridge Laboratory in Tennessee.
Oh. Wasn't there,
Okay.
like, I'm trying to remember what it is, but there's like some element that has a really strange name because it's like named either after somebody or something. I can't think of it. Um, it's got a really silly name. Uh,
There are a lot of silly names out there. Let me pull up the
well,
periodic table and see what we've got.
sure, but it's something like Clevelandium or something. I don't know.
James Randium.
Not even
No, you're not
slightly.
going to have that. No, not that one.
Uh, crying out loud. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, Californium. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah. That's one of the elements that was manufactured at the, I believe it was the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory in California. The thing is, there was already no, not already a Lawrencium. Or,
And
really, is
Einsteinium.
Einsteinium.
Einsteinium sounds like it has to be something out of a bad sci-fi novel.
Yeah, you have all kinds of stuff going on here. Yeah, with the newer elements, oh my. Okay, Rutherfordium, Dubnium, Cyborgium, Bohrium, for Niels Bohr.
Suborgium.
And you know what? I know that it's technically correct, but no part of me will ever, ever, ever say aluminium. It just sounds silly.
Okay, yeah, it's actually the IUPAC name, but IUPAC will be kind enough to put up with aluminum um, just about anywhere. But the problem is that, as uh, Professor Polyakov was mentioning in a his video series is called periodic videos. It's really really fun if you like chemistry related things.
I
You say you don't?
no.
Okay. Um,
Sacrilege, I say.
but
I don't
yeah,
know.
he was talking
It's
about aluminium.
well,
Um,
well, go on.
yeah, I'm looking at some of the other stuff we've got going here.
Mm.
What the heck is element number 114? It's really weird. Named for something Russian. Um,
Well,
well,
maybe they should slow down then.
Seaborgium?
the Seaborgium is number 106.
It's funny because, like you mentioned, uh, my reading habits are so different from some people's, right? Because I have those friends where their philosophy on reading is pure nonfiction, and I'm like very much the sci-fi fantasy nerd,
Okay.
you
Oh
Okay.
know.
yeah.
And so like they can quote chapter and verse on this political theory or that religious cult or this, that, or the other thing. And I'm like, yeah, but I can name all of the great houses in the Verkosigan saga.
All
Um,
right.
and all that stuff. And it's like our experience reading is so radically different. And I could not sit down and read what amounts to a textbook for fun
Oh
or
wow.
I
No,
can't do it. I have to read something that fires up my imagination.
Something that's fun.
okay,
Yeah.
I'm really weird. Well, you already know that, but
Yeah, yeah.
I do read textbooks for fun,
I know.
and
Same here.
I'm
I
one of the few
can't.
people I know who does that. There may be two others or something like that.
No, I've known a lot of them where it's like, when they say no one likes a know-it-all?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I know a
Some
lot of
people do.
know-it-alls. I know a lot of know-it-alls. And I'm just like, where did you find the time to read all these books when you could have been reading something, entertaining?
Oh, excuse me.
Well, that's the
Because that has always been my motivation to read, is the same reason I watch movies and television, is for someone to transport me to an imaginary world where I wish I could be there my own darn self.
Where you have fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I have been known to read and enjoy a good bit of science fiction. Um, I mean, I absolutely loved almost everything Jules Verne wrote. The Begum's
See, that's
Fortune
another one
sucked.
of those things.
Say again?
Well, yeah, everyone says Jules Verne. You say Jules Verne, and I have no idea who the frick you're talking about till I think about it.
So, I think that way. That's the French.
Hmm.
And, yeah, maybe I should work on it, but, yeah, Jules Verne.
Hmm.
But The Begum's Fortune sucked rocks. But that's the only one of his novels that I did not like. What else did we have that I absolutely loved? Well, Vonnegut is my favorite author, and of his work, Cat's Cradle is my favorite.
Yeah. See, also when I go looking for sci-fi, I wants me some space opera.
Okay, okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, that kind of thing, and all the others. It's like I want an adventure, and a lot of what people wrote in sci-fi for a very long time was a lot more like the story was a vehicle to teach us a lesson. You
And that's
know,
not always fun.
yeah, I mean that was the thing is like my philosophy is that fun should always take precedence over reality. Always.
All right, then. All right.
Yep.
I mean,
I
it,
understand that.
it's kind of like the people man, this bugs the hell out of me, but you know how humans seem to love to wallow in pathos?
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know, and I'm like, why would you want that in your entertainment? You get enough of that in real life.
Oh God.
Moo.
And yet people love to wallow in it. And a lot of people say, well, it's a sign of the times. We live in shitty times, so obviously people want to read
No.
stuff. I'm like, but why wouldn't you read to have a relief from today's times? It's just like my philosophy on reading seems to be 90 degrees, if not 180, from the vast, vast, vast majority of people.
Your thought process moves at right angles to reality effectively.
Something like that.
Okay,
But
you've
no,
got.
not to reality. No, to public opinion, to public tastes. Like I remember when the '90s rolled around and grunge was everywhere, and everyone was like going, "Ooh, Kurt Cobain's suicide," blah, and I'm like, guys, I miss the '80s when everything was fun and people were fucking happy in their entertainment. And then of course I get the people who are going, yeah, but the '80s kind of sucked because there was all that cocaine going around and everyone was being all profit motive and greedy and shit. And I'm like, yeah, but I was a kid in the '80s. And that was the time when Star Wars was a thing, Tron was a thing. Music was pretty darn happy and all that stuff. You've heard my comparison of the theme songs, and I'm just like, why do you people love to be miserable?
Yeah.
Why does everyone love their pain so much? I don't get it.
Hmm.
And in a way, I see it as being very similar to religion. Because you know how people love to, have like an oath of celibacy, an oath or
Ugh.
fasting or self-flagellation and all that
Oh
shit.
Oh,
God.
jeez.
And I'm just like, why do you need the pain as
You
part of
don't.
your devotion?
Yeah, oh my. Opus Dei. God, they are weird. I don't know if you've heard of them. It's a cult within the Catholic Church. Really, really big.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really big into pain
Yeah.
and repentance and all this other happy bullshit.
Where you're not truly serving God unless you're hurting yourself.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and we got a watered down version of that when I was in Catholic grade school. Oh God, I hated that.
It's like, oh my God.
Yeah,
Thank you. I don't need scars.
there was the one teacher. I forget which grade it was. It might have been sixth grade, somewhere along the line. But who went on about stubbing her toe and offering the pain to Jesus or some bullshit like this. And I was like, what the
Oh
fuck, lady?
Well,
God.
I mean, and in a weird way, I get it. I just don't get it. Like,
Yeah.
when people pledge to a frat or a sorority and you go through the whole thank you, sir, may I have another? It's like, look at what I'm willing to endure to prove my loyalty.
Yeah.
No one would do this
Thank you, no.
unless they wanted to prove their loyalty and all of that stuff. Like, I get it, but at the same time, it's so stupid.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's one of the reasons, major reason, I did not join a
Major reason.
fraternity. Um,
Sorry.
I just wasn't enamored of the idea.
Hmm. I never like I'm going, you guys might be the popular kids on campus, but I don't want to be that kind of popular, and you'd probably never have me anyway. So, fuck the lot of ya. I'm just gonna be who I am.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good way to do it, actually. What can I tell you? It's
And that's why I tend not to join fraternities.
Well,
well,
you have
you've
to be in
never been
college
to
to join a
college, yeah.
fraternity, child.
And if I were to make my own fraternity, the only pledge would be you need to help to protect, you need to help get the green thing going.
Now, I remember a time when there were high school fraternities.
We're there.
What?
This was a long time ago.
Okay.
Oh, I
Yeah,
say you
it's
learn
like
new
late
every
50s,
day.
early 60s. And I remember the early 60s.
Okay.
Don't.
But they were banned, and that's a good thing.
Why though? What was the justification for banning them?
I
Were they
believe it.
just really bad news?
I believe it was over the hazing.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I did when I was taking college classes. I did a study, or a paper. My thesis paper for that class was on hazing,
Ah,
and I got 100% on it.
yay.
You know, funny story. Like I was raised in Vermont, in Burlington, well, South Burlington, Vermont. You know my theory on why those two should eat each other and become one city. But
Mm-hmm.
point being that there's UVM, the University of Vermont, right? And I remember walking down the street one day and seeing this guy on all fours just going down the street, and then at every lamppost lifting his leg like a dog pretending to pee.
Oh, was he a
And
pledge?
it took me a little while to figure it out because I was pretty young and really didn't know much about fraternities, but it dawned on me like a day later or something. Oh yeah, he was trying to get into a frat, wasn't he?
Mm. Oh man, there was at Marietta College.
To which my response would be, fuck that shit, I'm out.
Yes, dear. No, my first time at uni, I was at Marietta College, and they had some pretty weird fraternities there. One of them, I heard about the one of the things they did was grape races. I don't know if any of you have heard of this,
It
but
sounds familiar.
the way it was explained to me was that you went, across the room, wherever the room was, with a grape in your butt cheeks,
Yep,
the
that's what I thought
and
it
the
was.
loser ate everybody's grapes.
Oh,
Oh.
Yeah,
that sounds like the frat equivalent of eating Tide Pods.
pretty much.
Oh my God.
Diana, thank you. I need brain bleach and I need it now.
I am glad to have been of service.
I want to put Mountain Dew in my eyes.
Oh, Tissy, shush.
Wow. I mean, like I didn't know the eating part. I figured out between your butt cheeks part. I think I've heard of it before.
I'd sooner drink Jilly
But
Juice.
but eating the grapes,
Yeah.
that one's a new aspect I was unaware of.
They may have
Wow.
added that one by themselves. I don't know, because the guys in the fraternity were all really weird anyway.
Sounds like it.
Well, it's funny. As much as I was going off about hating the 90s, one of my favorite movies from the 90s is PCU. if you've ever heard of it.
No, I haven't.
Mm-mm.
Okay, PCU, I mean, technically it's Port Chester University, but the whole point was that everyone on the campus was rabidly PC, politically correct,
Uh-huh.
right?
Right.
And but except for this one place called the Pit, which is where all of the sort of outcasty but still cool kids hung out. And
Mm-hmm.
like it used to be a fraternity known as Balls and Shaft, which was all of this sort of preppy, yuppie, like high society kids,
Oh
and they
Lord.
want their frat back. So there's this
Ah.
whole sort of like Animal Housey style, we want our house back thing, but um, it was pretty twisted in kind of a good way. It was like one of the few things out of the 90s, like that and Wayne's World and Tank Girl are about all I loved from
Mm-hmm.
the 90s. It's worth a watch. I mean, as much as I was raised by hippies and like people being PC, quote unquote, just because it's being nicer to other people, clearly the characters in PCU were taking it to such an extreme that I couldn't support it. But at the same time, I sort of agreed with their philosophy, but I definitely didn't agree with the X Balls and Shaft people. So I don't know. It was pretty funny. I highly recommend it, even if it sort of um, makes part of you go, "But wait a minute, aren't the PC folks supposed to be the good guys?" So yeah, it's worth a watch.
Yeah, Marietta College attracted preppies. They drew
Mm.
heavily from New England, and they especially drew heavily from the kids who liked to show off daddy's wealth.
That's Balls and Shaft in PCU for sure.
And yeah, that was so fucking annoying. I wanted to set these kids on fire.
Well,
Because
David Spade. Well, go on.
there were enough of us who did not come from wealth that we got very very annoyed, and in most of the cases, those who were there who were not wealthy were there for the petroleum engineering department. I wasn't. I was there to get the hell away from those two. Very bad way to choose a college, let me tell you. But it's that was my motivation for much of what I did during that period. Oh well.
The two slummy
Yeah,
bastards.
I was trying to find a quote from PCU that's absolutely hilarious because David Spade plays the best sort of like right wing asshole in this movie. He's like one of the ones behind trying to get Balls and Shaft reinstated, and it's pretty funny. Like one of the quotes, it's not the one I'm looking for, but he goes, "Hey, poor boy, go and have all your parties with your all your new friends. I can see it now, Andrews. You and all the knee-jerk, bleeding heart liberals sipping tea and playing patty cake, and those useless hippie potheads and those commie pinko leftists, the bunny huggers, the pillow biters." And Draws is like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Which ones are the pillow biters again?" He goes, "The butt pirates and those beastly man haters. Tell those chicks to shave their pits and call me. And those goddamn whiny crybaby minorities, you can keep them all." And of course, Draws had a microphone on him the whole time, and the whole campus is hearing it. And so they chase him down and try to beat his ass
All
for being that
right.
obnoxious. The funny part is, of course, they have someone signing like a sign language interpreter. So when he says the butt pirate, she goes like that, where she points at her ass and does an eye patch. Yeah, and it's seriously one of the funniest send ups ever. It's totally worth it.
That sounds
But
wonderful.
the one I'm trying to find here, PCU quote, where he says something about like what you can and can't do anymore. Where it used to, he was like, this used to be the bastion of rich white elitism, and now there's homosexuals on the football team, and you can't even coerce a woman into sex without being brought up on charges or something like that. And it's just like
Eh,
man,
que
he does
pasa?
he does the whole thing so well of being like the sort of people who would vote for Trump. actually. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Like the main character is the guy who's trying to decide if he wants to go to Portchester University. And so he's getting a guided tour from the people from the pit and from the right winger dude. And here it is. This is the quote: "Pride of the Portchester sports program, Tom. Hippie Olympics. Doesn't matter who wins because they're all losers. You know, it's sad, really. This school used to be a bastion of rich, white elitism, and now they let homosexuals on the football team. Whining minorities run the student government, and you can't even coerce a woman into having sex with you without being brought up on charges."
Oh
Fuck
man.
him.
Yeah. Oh, it is so worth watching just to see David Spade be an asshole.
Okay, I'll have to think at that. I'll have to see if I can find that. Damn.
Oh, it is so worth it. It really is.
Oh my. Let me get some. Oh wait, I thought I was all out of coffee, but I'm not. Saved my arse there for a sip or two.
Not out of coffee, huh?
We can't have that in this house.
We
Oh,
talked
God,
so
no.
long my coffee went cold because I wasn't drinking it.
Oh, no.
Damn, where the hell is my copy of PCU? I know I have it. Oh, well, I don't have to show you. Oh, no, there it is. Ah, there we go. PCU, right there. So, totally worth watching. And also, it has John Favreau as a complete and total stoner with dreads. It's hilarious.
Who?
John Favreau. He's the guy in charge of The Mandalorian right now, and I think he directed the live-action Lion King. He's like a much bigger director now than an actor, but
Oh.
man, I suppose it helps to be a movie nerd
You know,
if you know, I mean, because I'm sure I've mentioned actors and directors that you people have never heard of.
of course, but that's okay. No, one thing
Yeah.
I cannot understand, and it's just me. I cannot understand someone who directs themselves or conducts themselves. You know, you've got.
Who conducts themselves.
I'm trying to think here. Let's say
Well,
Let's say
like you
Emmanuel Axe conducting.
just mean though.
Say again.
Well, I mean, like naming a person won't help. What do you mean by directing or conducting yourself?
Well, in other
Like
words,
music?
he's at the piano with a piano concerto, and he's doing the conducting. So part of what he's doing is conducting himself as well as the orchestra.
So is he playing with one hand?
Um, Actually, in some cases, I think for a little bit here and a little bit there, he is. But when
Because I
he's
mean,
using,
usually what you see with a conductor is they're keeping time with one hand and going louder, not as loud, louder, not as loud when they're doing it. And I'm like, how do you play the piano when you're doing that?
yeah, well, one of the things I remember back when I was in the high school musical, instrumental group, is that the director would work with us to play without his direction by telling us what he wanted, and then he's directing up at the podium. And one of the things he would do is fold his arms, walk off the podium, and we were expected to keep going the way he wanted us to keep going.
Uh,
And
huh.
it was interesting, to say the least.
Hmm. I
But
mean, you'd think someone would at least know how to keep time without a conductor.
well, that was one of the interesting things, is that, yeah, we had to do the whole timekeeping thing because he was keeping time in his head, and he walked back onto the podium to pick things up at a part of the piece where he expected us to be, and we had better be there.
Hmm.
It was really interesting. Um,
You know, one
yeah,
of these
his
days I
thing
really
was, you guys should be at the point where I could drop dead on the podium and you would keep going to the end of the piece.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that was, one of his things. I could have a heart attack on the podium and you could finish the piece. Okay. David Petrella was his name.
Okay.
Um, a lot of the kids hated him because he was a hard taskmaster.
Hmm. You know, I was actually having an argument with somebody about teaching styles a while back, and I think we might have discussed it a week or two ago about how some people just don't learn the way other people learn.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And
huh?
and so in the Karate Kid when he's teaching Daniel how to block by having him painting fences and shit. And I'm
Yes.
Yeah.
like, I never in a million years would have learned that way simply because he didn't tell me what I was supposed to be learning by painting
Mm-hmm.
the fucking fence.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been like, this is busy work. And sure, he wants me to do it this way, but fuck it. I'm going to do it my own way because it's easier and hurts less. And it's like, if he comes back later and goes, but why didn't you learn? I'm like, because you didn't tell me the lesson.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Be explicit with me instead of trying to be the wise old master who's all mysterious and shit. I don't learn like that.
Right.
Yeah, and it was supposed to be for effect in the film. I know, where show me, wax on, and the kid's amazed that he can do the blocking and everything, but it doesn't work like that in the real world.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm a kinesthetic learner, which means I'm auditory and what's the other term I'm looking for?
Visual.
Yeah, I don't necessarily learn just from reading. Sometimes I have to
Mm.
see what's happening in order for it to work. And that's one of my biggest problems with math word problems is I cannot visualize the problem.
Okay.
I
Okay.
it's very difficult for me when it comes to math because I don't do well with math. I hate math.
Mm.
Oh my! There
I
I'm not
was
have
bad at
such a
math.
hate for math.
I
somebody at
mean,
Target yesterday who were I was engaging in conversation with her, and she had mentioned that she hated the math and everything else like that. Whereas I'm the one who dearly loved uh, number theory and
Mhm,
the really really high level mathematics.
mhm.
You know what? As far as I'm saying, once you get out of the computational math, it becomes beautiful. Get out of
I I
get
I
through
don't
calculus.
understand math.
the problem I always had with math is when I could do something in my head, but the teacher would insist that I show my work on paper. And I'm like, but that's just busy work. I've already solved the problem. And I know they just wanted to see how I was doing it, if I was doing it right or whatever. Like what were my thought processes when I was doing it. But at the same time, I was like, but I got the answer right.
Yeah, and an interesting thing about that is, and something I don't think they ever thought of at the time, they want to see that you're doing it right. What if there's more than one way to do it right?
Mhm.
Oh,
And they're looking at it
so
and you're
that
saying, you didn't do it the way I wanted you to do it. And it's like, well, no, it
mhm.
still worked. And watch how it works. And you still get it,
Well,
wrong.
the Common Core mathematics that they're insisting on now?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, I've looked at it and it is completely backward to the way I think. Right? Like they have this whole thing where if the number is on this side of the plus sign and the other number is like if A is here and B is here and there's a plus sign in the middle or a multiplication sign or something. No, maybe it's division. Then you should get this answer because it's like 2 divided by 3. But I look at that problem and I say, no, that's 3 divided by 2.
Okay.
But I would be getting the answer wrong, even though my answer would be correct if the problem was written the other way.
Mm hmm.
And I'm just like, but this is completely counterintuitive. I would be doing it completely the reverse. Like I would still get the right answer, but the way you want me to that echo is so distracting.
Sorry,
Seriously.
I don't think
But
it's me.
but the thing is that like I would fail every class just because I was having mathematical dyslexia.
Well, one thing I discovered, and it surprised me when I did discover it, I forget if it was addition or subtraction, but the way they were doing it looked really, really weird until it dawned on, wait a minute. That's the way the male slimy bastard taught me how to count change. And once I understood that, it made a little bit more sense. Back before the calculators in the cash registers, somebody bought something for 2.59 and handed you a $5 bill. You would count up the pennies. Okay, 2.59, 2.60. Then you'd go,
Yep.
okay, in this case to
Mm,
dimes,
40
2.70,
cents.
2.80, 2.93, and then the singles,
Mm-hmm.
4, 5, 6, 4,
Yep.
5, and as soon as I understood that, that particular method made a shitload more sense to me.
See, and I
That's
would
how I was
totally
taught.
do that backward. Honestly, I count the big first and then keep adding the small.
Okay, okay. That reminds me of a friend of mine who would add left to right, and her son could never understand what she was doing. But I mean, she got it
Mm.
right. But yeah, instead of going right to left and then carrying the numbers over and all that happy stuff, 236 plus 419. Okay, 2 and 4 is 6, and then that whole thing. And if a particular column required you to carry, she would carry that over to the number she was remembering in her head and all that shit. I mean, it did work, but
Hmm.
um, Cristofore could never understand what Barbara was doing. Um,
Well, okay, along similar lines, the order of operations bugs the fuck out of me. Because because honestly, I just want to do left to right, and saying, no, no, do the multiplication first, even though it's way the fuck over to the right. And I'm like, no, if you want me to do something first, put the parentheses around it, please. And I don't care if you nest the parentheses like 5 layers deep, but make it so it comes out left to right. If you want me to do the multiplication first, then put it in parentheses, god damn it.
I get it. I get it. Yeah. Yep. It's not an unreasonable request.
So, I mean, it's so hard for me to do things the way people want me to do it because I don't think that way. And they don't make
Mm-hmm.
allowances for people whose paradigm is just different.
Yeah, and then the other one I don't like is that all through the educational system, you're expected to get it right the first time. And some people's brains don't work that way. I mean, I ran headlong into it in neuroanatomy class. There's a lot of memorization, and I suck at memorization. Okay, I really do. It just doesn't
Hmm.
work with me. And I did horribly. But then the second time through, I did a damn good job. I'd been through it once already. I'd seen the way it was set up, and it was easier for me to deal with.
Well, along similar lines, I find all theory impossible to learn without
Mm.
application. Can't do it. I
Okay,
need
okay.
to apply
Yep,
what I'm learning or I will not retain it.
I get you. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so it's that got in the way of my education so freaking much. It's actually part of why I never finished learning a martial art is because, you spend pretty much everything from yellow belt or from white belt on to at least high yellow belt like just okay punch the whole time without any sparring. And I mean, number one, the sparring is the fun part, but number two, it's just like, okay, I punched a lot, but what do I do?
Yeah, yeah.
know? I mean, it's like, how do I use this if I'm ever in a fight?
Hmm. That's why I wish in the calculus classes that they would have given us real problems. I mean, they gave us problems, but that were always so fucking easy to work through that there was nothing involved. You know, you just a real easy thing. You just did it. Why not give us something like how to plot an orbit given position and velocity? That would have done me a lot better, you know, learning how to do that with the tools they were presenting you. You never got anything like that.
That would be cool to learn how to do, plotting an orbit based on those various mechanics. Although I kind of do it automatically in my head when I'm playing Kerbal. It's just, okay, I want to do this sort of thing.
It's actually
I don't know how I do it either.
It's actually reasonably easy as long as you know what you're doing, you know, as long as you know how to do it. But that's the thing, we never got how to do it.
Well, and that's kind of the same for everything. Like, you can do it if you know how to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, granted, it's not always universally applicable. There are a lot of things I know how to do but can't do. Like people have told me, "Oh, if you want to ride a unicycle, you do it like this." Yeah, well, I don't balance like that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And then me trying to play a guitar. Right.
You know, yeah, I'm with you on that. I've tried to learn to play guitar, but number one, my fingers started to really, really, really hurt. But number two, I just wasn't fast enough. Like,
Okay.
oh, play this chord, then that chord, then play this chord, then that chord, and your fingers have to be in completely different configurations from here to here to here to here. And then some chords seem to expect you to strum this string, skip that string, this string, and I'm like, how the frick do you do that?
Yeah, okay.
Where
Mm-hmm.
it's one chord, but somehow you manage to skip a string when you're strumming.
Yes.
How?
I never
The
found
other.
out how to do that.
So I mean, I just
It
I
defies all logic.
My big
yeah.
problem is that my left hand simply does not work. Um, so trying to finger a chord at all, you know, take that where you want to go,
Oh my.
is for me. I'm like, yeah, you know, the whole thing, trying to get my fingers to go there, even on the first chord, and I end up strangling the neck of the guitar. Um, were I to play a guitar left-handed, like Hendrix, then maybe I'd get a little further, but that would still be a problem when it came to, you know, trying to play well, what everybody else calls the classical stuff, you know, like Via Nova and that sort of thing, because you're working with the individual fingers of the left hand now when you're trying to do it backwards, and for me that isn't going to work. I mean, oh God, I've tried. Um, and it's a very disappointing thing because I'd really like to be able to play, but I
Mm.
physically simply can't. You know, simply physically can't.
I'd probably be better at lead guitar than rhythm guitar.
Okay.
Like when I had a guitar, well, I think I still do somewhere. I just haven't touched it in ages. I actually got pretty decent at playing Scotland the Brave, which is a weird thing to learn to play on
All
guitar.
right.
But I
Mm.
grew up,
Yep.
I actually got pretty good at that. But I never got good at anything else. I actually also really, really, really love that tune, and I couldn't tell you why.
Oh yes.
I suppose because my very first exposure to it was, and I want to say it was the Dropkick Murphys, did something called a cadence to arms. That is basically Scotland the Brave, where they start with like bagpipes, and then they add the metal.
Mm.
You really
You
like
know,
Dropkick
they
Murphys,
play
don't you?
they play Scotland the Brave once through with bagpipes, and then it just turns into Throw Up the Hornsville.
Throw up the Hornsville.
Well,
Never
what
heard
else?
it described quite like that, but that
Well,
sounds
that's because it's the
cool.
first time I've ever said it.
I've got a bagpipe collection around here on CD, and I keep it around for special occasions.
I do too.
Like, an example is when the neighbors are playing the gangsta rap at
Oh
incredible volume and
God.
making me want to throw up. Um, I put the
Yeah.
bagpipes on at level 13 out of 10. Uh,
Hmm. No,
and so
I've
far, I
actually
haven't got myself killed. So,
I've actually been accused of being racist for saying I don't like rap. But the
I
truth
don't
is,
like rap.
well, but the thing is that I realized that I don't actually hate rap. I hate gangsta rap. Like I go back and listen to rap from the 80s and I'm like, this was actually good because it's not about life ain't nothing but bitches and money. It's not Papa Cap in someone's ass, you know?
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I listen to say Bust a Move, Wild Thing, Funky Cold Medina. Those are good raps.
Okay,
I
I
like
I never
it.
considered those rap, but I guess that's just me.
Well, it's early rap. It was before gangsta took over rap.
I don't like. I'm like you. I don't like all the swearing. I don't like all the cussing
Shoot a cop, do the
constantly.
thing.
Actually,
And yeah.
I'm okay with the swearing. It's the like, I just want to fuck and make money and deal drugs part that I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it just that kind of thing doesn't appeal. It wouldn't even matter if it was rap. I mean, I've listened to some metal and punk that was like that too, and I just didn't care for it. You know,
Yeah.
and also a lot of the gangster rap is just so damned angry. You know, I kind of like it when people are a little more, um, I don't know, lighthearted, upbeat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my. Um, yeah, I suppose I really wouldn't like even something like, bust a cap and kill a N
Mm,
word. That I wouldn't go for that either. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
I don't even know what that phrase means, but
What, bust a cap in
Good.
someone's ass? It means shoot them.
Shoot 'em.
yeah, I
Or,
figured that's what
sorry,
it
not
meant.
bust a cap, pop a cap. That's right. It's bust a move, pop a cap. But whatever.
Still,
Point being that it basically means, look at me, I'm gonna kill you because reasons.
because I don't like
Because
you or whatever.
reasons.
Yeah,
You
and
know, and it just doesn't appeal.
I wonder sometimes, and okay, maybe I'm full of shit, but I wonder whether kids who grow up in that stuff tend more toward the anger and its unacceptable consequences, if you will. They're more inclined to engage in the injurious
Nastiness.
and lethal activities. I don't know. Because
Mm.
remember when they said, well, you guys don't. I remember when we were all told that it was horrible to watch the Coyote and the Roadrunner because we
Mm.
would learn to
Sure.
throw people off cliffs and shit like that.
Oh,
Really?
What?
Yeah,
I remember when I was told that TV and movies would lead to violence. My hippie parents actually actively tried to prevent me from watching Star Wars for the longest time because they thought that watching violence would make me violent.
yeah, yeah. And
Oh
there was
my
a big
God.
there was a big campaign for a while to repress formal music. Like repress recordings of the New York Philharmonic and the Boston Symphony Orchestra and everything because of all
Okay.
the sax and violins. I
which
know.
was
I'll never be as good as
Oh
you
my
are.
god.
Well, no, it's not that. That joke is just older than dirt. Is the
Yes,
problem.
yes, and so am I. You already, you've let me
Well,
know that
still,
in no
I
uncertain
mean,
terms.
saxon violins.
but I
Ow.
mean, seriously, that joke is just. I mean, if this was the first time I'd heard it, I might have thought it was very funny. But
Okay,
I've had like, well, never mind.
the first time I ever saw that, I was in 8th grade, so I was 12 years old. So that was early 19. No, it was late 1969 that I first heard that joke.
The,
It was in an issue of Cracked
I've never heard
magazine.
it.
already
Um,
Yeah.
tried to censor the music because of all the saxon
But I
violins.
mean, I remember when, I mean, I only caught the tail end of this because I was way too young. But I remember when people thought Dungeons and Dragons was satanic.
oh
Oh
wow,
yeah.
yes.
I
Oh,
and you know what's funny is there is a movie, and I think it was originally a TV movie, but they released it on video called Mazes and Monsters, and it had Tom
Yes.
Hanks as like a D&D player, except it wasn't
Yep.
D&D. They had their own name for it, and like he went insane. And because like his character was like in some weird mortal peril or something, and it was this whole thing about how Dungeons and Dragons will make you like suicidal or insane or something.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
Seth Andrews and Aaron Ra have talked about that at length.
Yeah.
wait,
And
whoa, whoa,
and
whoa!
then of
People
course
tried to claim.
there was the whole thing about like metal music is satanic and all of that stuff.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
how Kiss stood for Knights in Satan's Service and all that.
Yes.
It was so stupid. But there were all these fundies trying really hard to get rid of metal music because they were convinced that if you listen to metal you will become a
Oh
satanist. And
god.
Dragon, would they raise a stink about Dragon Force? Because they have nothing to do with
Yes.
I don't know
Oh
what
my
Dragon Force
god.
is,
Yes, they would, Talon. Seriously.
Well, I remember
but
the Carlin thing about here's this new album which if you play it backwards at slow speed it screws up your needle. Like, that's about the worst
mm,
you could ever expect from something like that in real life.
yeah, I don't
Because
if
know.
you
the
play it backwards.
Like I would love to go back in time to when Kiss was new and people were flipping out and play Steel Panther on the radio, because Steel Panther is basically like an 80s hair metal band with the raunchiest lyrics you've ever heard. And I would love to go back then and like see how people react to it just to tweak them.
I love it. Yoy. Yes,
Like
Maria.
You're a
I mean,
regular prankster,
even
aren't you?
even just the titles of the Steel Panther songs, like Asian Hooker, 17 Girls in a Row, Glory Hole, and
I love it.
Poontang Boomerang, right? It Won't Suck Itself, All I Want to Do Is Fuck, Gold Digging Whore, Weenie Ride. They are some of the raunchiest songs you ever heard, but it's really good 80s style hair metal, and it is so worth listening to.
It would be interesting to take Chuck Tingle back to that era. If you're
Oh,
familiar with,
here's one. She's on the Rag.
oh,
Anyway,
jeez, if you guys are familiar with Chuck Tingle, he's oh god, he's crazy. Um,
I've heard the
alleged,
name, but
allegedly he writes niche gay porn. I don't know if he writes the porn or just the titles. Because the titles are amazing. Let me see if I can find something here because it's nuts.
I wouldn't be. I would be surprised if they rose a stink over Three Hammers High.
whatever that
Talon,
is.
they'd raise a stink over anything. Okay,
Yeah,
that is the way the world is. If you don't like it, raise the bigger stink and
Oh well,
That's
it's
how
not even that.
lobbying's
I
done.
mean, fundies love to be persecuted.
Oh,
Yep.
absolutely, yes.
So it's like if they can find something that they think is against their way of life, they will go
Yep.
full nuclear on it, whether
Yep.
whether it's justified or not.
You're talking about the same people who would sit there and say, "Oh, Pokemon is satanic."
Yes,
Yes,
Callan.
they actually said that.
Yeah, that's exactly who I'm talking about. These people are crazy. They're insane. They're idiots.
Oh man, when I was in
Uh,
Catholic school,
well,
they'd get a whole hard on about the martyrs and everything. And
Ugh.
okay, we have some titles here. Oh no. Okay, titles by Chuck Tingle. Pounded in the butt by my irrational, bigoted fear of humans who were born as unicorns using a human restroom. Pounded in the butt by my book.
Well,
Pounded in the butt by my book. Pounded in the butt by my book. Pounded in the butt by my book. Pounded in the butt by my
what
own
the
butt.
fuck?
He is so funny.
Okay.
He's he's such a funny character. He really is. He's got this whole persona going, and it's
Buy my book.
Okay.
slammed in the butt by my smartphone's missing headphone jack.
I mean, like, I would never want to read any of that because it just sounds dumb, but it's amusing to hear the title.
Yes, I think that's why I wonder. I don't know if he's written anything between the front and back cover. It's just the title maybe.
And you know what's weird? I don't even know what this book is literally about, if the title actually tells you. But for some reason, I am reminded of Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance.
Oh well, it is stated in the introduction to that book. I forget the guy's name that wrote it. It says it has absolutely nothing to do with Zen, and it's not very informative about motorcycles either.
Hmm.
So
But for some reason, these titles made me think of that. That's just where my head meets went. So,
yeah, no, I mean, it's interesting that he pulled that title out of the air. Really, I mean, yeah, it's one of these basically hippie book and the whole bit, and live
mhm,
in the moment, and all that shit. And
yeah.
Zen and the
I
Art
think
of
I
Motorcycle.
think I still have a copy of it around here.
Yeah, I've never read it. I do have a copy of the Anarchist Cookbook, though.
Okay, okay, and
And also the what is it called? The Discordian or not Discordian? No, 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 no. What's the one with Bob?
oh, yeah, J.R. Bob Dobbs. There are several of them. Um, I've got a
No,
few
no,
of
but
them.
but the thing, not the book, not the title, but the thing that it like there's an organization or
Yeah,
a
it's
what am I thinking of?
Slack, something like that.
No,
I'm
no, no,
trying to
no.
remember the.
You must be talking about different things because that's not it.
I am going to look up.
It's the picture of the sort of 1950s looking guy with the big pipe.
Yes, yes.
What is that?
Okay, okay. Wikipedia. J.R. Bob. Oh, there we go. I had forgotten the Church of the Subgenius.
Thank you.
The who?
Yeah, the Church of the Subgenius. Um,
Ah. Okay.
Aaron had interviewed the founder. The guy was out of Cleveland, actually, which amazes the fuck out of me. Um, let me find. Okay, Church of the Subgenius. Let's see if the founder's name is in here.
What did you just say?
Here we go. This right here. This is it,
Yes,
right?
yes, absolutely,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so there is some really fucked up shit in here.
Oh
It's
yeah.
just really,
Oh, is there ever? Oh,
yeah,
Ivan Stang is
but
the founder, and Aaron interviewed him a while back.
yeah. I mean, like the world ends tomorrow and you may die. All sorts of wacky stuff. Uh, are alien space monsters bringing a startling new world?
Oh God.
Yeah. Do people think you're strange? Do you? Then you may be on the right track. Are you abnormal? Then you are probably better than most people. Yeah.
Oh my God.
The Church of the Subgenius could save your sanity. Instant answers to everything.
Doesn't say they're correct, but instant
Uh,
answers.
I remember when they first started the website, I had collected index pages because they changed the index page every couple of weeks or something like that, and they had some of the weirdest stuff going on there. Um, the whole thing with different font sizes in the same thing and making spirals out of everything and the whole bit. It was kind of like kinetic art in a way, but I lost that collection because this was, Christ, when did they start the website? Maybe about 1997, if I remember correctly.
yeah. Well, in any case, yeah, Church of the Subgenius. I have to admit, I don't really understand it. Like, I know that there's a point to it, but I don't really get it.
As far as I understand it, the point is just to be weird and have fun
Oh,
doing
yeah,
it.
but I think there was more to it than that. Like some of it was, I don't know, tweaking the normal people in some funky way. Like it's supposed to be subversive too.
Oh well, yeah. My oh my oh my.
But in kind of a lighthearted comedic way. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like it's not sort of I'm sure there's some straight edge people out there who would decry it as the communist handbook or some shit. It's not that, but
Oh
it would be
man.
tweaking those people. Is the impression I've gotten. I don't know if I'm right about it.
Oh man. And I had just been reminded. I was looking around for stuff of the Hour of Slack, and oh my word, they're still doing it.
Hmm.
It's some really weird. Well, it started as radio. Now it's a podcast. But
Of
yeah,
course it is.
it's really strange.
I
And
know nothing about it. I am unfamiliar with it. Please describe.
well, it starts out with a flow of. Could you describe it as what's that art that it's the art of
What?
whatever it's the literary thing or whatever that write down whatever comes to mind. No,
Stream of
yes,
consciousness.
yes, thank you. Yeah, no matter how it starts out with that, and it's track track over track, and it's all confused and all together, and then Stang will start talking about something, um, sort of like I do when I'm not restrained. Uh,
Mm.
let me get this over here, and if anybody wants to go, oh my word, www.subgenius.com. What am I hearing in the background? It sounds like
Oh,
somebody getting run through with short swords.
kind of, sort of.
Okay.
It might be me welding in Space Engineers.
No, I was playing a game.
Oh,
What game?
I was playing Wizards 101. I was playing a little mini game inside the game.
Wizards 101. Not familiar with it, but that's okay.
Oh God, it's this game is from like
oh,
2009.
that
Um,
reminds me.
yeah.
I looked into one of the games you were talking about,
Hmm.
and I got the impression when you were talking about it that it was free. But
Yeah, City
this
of Heroes.
this told me, okay, it was the other one I was looking at. It wasn't City of Heroes, so that must be
Elite Dangerous. Yeah. Elite
Oh, well,
Dangerous is not free.
oh yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that's I was confusticated. I got the wrong game in mind. The City of Heroes is the free one. I'll try that out. And
Yes.
as long as I can, as long as I can get the audio working under WinCrap, um, because
It works just fine on. I got Windows 7 and it works just fine.
well, unfortunately, I can't have Windows 7 on this machine. It won't let me
Well, but
install it.
my friend has Windows 10 and it works just fine for him.
Yeah, a lot of things that work for people other than me are not working on this thing.
Okay.
So I'll give it a
Oh,
try and see what happens.
Yeah.
Because
I have been wanting to play a good like online RPG. I
Hmm.
just haven't really found one that connects for me.
Hmm.
So, I mean, because what I really want more than anything, at least in this particular area, is something like if Mass Effect were an online RPG.
Mm.
Elite Dangerous.
I like
No,
Mass
not even
Effect.
close. That's not even close because there's really no character interaction in Elite Dangerous at all.
Right.
yeah,
I'm
that's the
talking,
one I looked up, and it
talking
was not
more
free.
like Knights of the Old Republic, but not Star Wars.
Mm.
And yes, as soon as we get
Uh,
through with this stuff today, I'm going to have to jump into this thing. Um,
this
yeah, it's from
what way?
AIG.
What's this thing?
It's from AIG. How do Christians respond to superstitions like Groundhog Day? Well, one of the
Mm.
interesting responses I saw was another question. Um, how do groundhogs respond to superstitions like Christianity?
Hmm.
And I'm sorry, but
Ooh!
that's what it read. Um, oh God, we like to poke Ham and his people. Now
I'm
we
just
have here.
so confused.
So
What
how
does
should
Groundhog
Christians respond?
Day?
Hmm?
What does Groundhog Day have to do with Christianity?
Nothing.
It was from a
No,
question
the
posed
point
by
is
Answers in Genesis.
it's not Christian mythology, it's someone else's mythology, and
Yeah,
Okay.
therefore, how do they respond to it? It'd be like asking them, how do you respond to Halloween? We've seen how they respond to Halloween.
They have a
So
shit fit.
how do they react to Groundhog Day?
I don't
yeah, because
think
a lot of people
they
tell them that
react
what they
at
believe
all.
is superstition and all this stuff. I don't necessarily call their stuff superstition. There are other things that I call their stuff. That I mean, they're not. The stuff isn't necessarily horrific. That I call it. It's um, but in my head it's not superstition, it's other stuff. But we have stuff like this. So how should Christians respond to superstitions such as Groundhog Day? Well, Groundhog Day can simply be a fun day to get out with family and enjoy the festivities. But superstitions like
Well,
this day also provide a reminder for us to the sovereignty of God and an opportunity to point others to the gospel. Well, first of all, those people have it all upside down because they are hardly pointing people to anything good or decent or anything. I mean, they've invented their own religion. They've invented their own Christianity, and it's not a very good one.
Is there
Um,
a good one?
I'd have to think about that for a while because I'm wondering, is it possible that some of the very earliest Christianities were something we could call good?
Well,
Uh,
I suppose we'd have to define good first.
yeah. Um, because the way I understand this, and of course maybe I'm full of shit, the whole Christianity thing came about because with the death of their prophet, um, the band of followers were really afraid of what was going to happen because these were apocalypticists.
Hmm.
yeah.
And, when the temple was destroyed and everything else like this, they could no longer perform the sacrifices for, remission of sin and all that stuff. So their, as far as I can tell, their dead prophet became the lamb that was sacrificed for remission of sin, and when as he was made a god, that was the ultimate sacrifice, and it remitted every sin for the rest of time, which to these people was not going to be very long. We were not supposed to exist. Because if you remember, oh God, which is the gospel and what is chapter and verse? I speak to you verily, there are those who will not die before I am seated at the right hand of power and all that shit. So, many of those people were still supposed to be alive at the end of the age. So, as I keep telling people, we weren't supposed to exist. No, it wasn't for all time. The later church fathers did that one.
The whole like religious canon boggles me from time to time. I'm just like I don't know. It's easier to understand the canon of sci-fi series than it is to understand religious canon, I think. Because there are so many, well, number one, there's so many different variations, so many
Well, there's the
different,
thing. Yeah. You had a lot
but,
of.
but even more than that, though, it's like, it's so arcane, you know?
Yeah, well, that stuff is by its nature. I mean, you look into some of the alchemical doctrine, if you want to call it that. Oh, God, talk about
I
arcane.
don't, because I'm not really sure what that word means. So.
Alchemy?
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
alchemical is the adjective.
All right. I'd never heard that before.
It's not spoken very often. But yeah, you had so many groups in so many places. I mean, you got the bare bones of the theology, and then they just took off with it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is
well, and it doesn't. Well, I was just going to say it doesn't help that there are so many denominations. Everyone has their own version, and it's like they're all insisting right.
Well, that's where the denominations came from. Yeah, this one said, I don't like the way they're doing it. I'm going to do it this way. And it's got to the point where, I don't know if you've noticed this at all, Mom Nato, or not. The way I see it, the way I'm looking at it, and it's to the point where every person has his, her, or its own religion.
Yes.
With all the cafeteria religion and all that other stuff. I know my ex used to go nuts about that stuff. If you're going to call yourself a Christian, then you should subscribe to the book that has all the Christian stuff in it, and not do your own picking and choosing, or Islam or Jainism or any of that. Yeah.
Well, but I mean, the problem is that there are so many interpretations
of the Bible.
You take it literally or not.
Yeah, and there you go with Ham and his ilk. Right off the top, it's the Word of God. And okay, number one, you've got to prove that God exists. Number two, you have to prove that God had a word, and that the word means anything.
I mean, I think number two is proving which version of that God before you even.
Oh, well, that too. Yeah. The question I always ask people, and I only got one honest answer to it after the hundreds of times I posed the question. How do you distinguish between the words of a God received by a man and disseminated by him from words from that man's own head?
You can't.
There you go, hon. And only one person in all the years that I've been asking the question has admitted, no, you can't tell. And then he went into
me?
It went into circular reasoning after that. What do you mean, you? What?
The only person who admits you can't.
No, there was somebody I was having a Twitter argument with.
Mhm. See, the issue is that there are so many different interpretations of what is expected and what is wanted and what you should and shouldn't do that people get confused.
Oh yeah,
And you know, I've always looked at the Bible as a it is a book written by man.
of course.
Yes, there are things that they say are key, and there are behaviors that are supposed to be
Exercised.
uh well, I wouldn't say exercised per se so much as there are
Exorcised.
certain behaviors exorcised, yeah. There are certain behaviors that everyone, whether you're Christian or not, should feel is a good uh, uh I can't think of the word I'm looking for, a good model of how to treat people, because my god, treating people nice should not be something that's expected just because it's considered holy, you know.
Yeah, you're not looking for a reward
Yeah,
or anything like that. You do it because it's the right thing
Yeah,
to do. Yeah.
you
well,
do it because it's the right
that's
thing to do. You do it because you should treat them the way you want to be treated. I don't want to be treated badly.
Hmm.
well, but see, that's when you get into people insisting that there is objective morality and that it comes from God, which by
Yeah, I
definition means
know.
it's not objective. But the thing is, you get those people who say, well, without God, yeah, I'd go around raping and murdering and
No,
pillaging and
I
all of that
wouldn't.
stuff. No, but they're saying they would.
Yeah.
Well,
And
then they
and
have
they're
no moral
like,
compass.
no, but see, that's the point is they don't have one without God is
Yeah,
the point. Is that
And
God gives them their morality and it's like, well, but then aren't you a horrible person?
yes,
yes,
they
these
are.
people scare the shit out of me. The people
Mhm.
who actually truly say, I would go on a rampage where it proved that God does not exist.
Okay,
And
Well,
it's
and then
I
but
wow.
when they do that, I want to say to them like, okay, do you really think well, I mean they say, well, I would be punished by God if I did these things, but if God isn't there to send me to hell, then I would totally do them. And I'm like, do you really think other people will let you get away with making their day worse? You know,
Fuck
you
no.
really well, but I mean, that's the point is they're like,
that's
"Oh,
their
but that's human
thought
judgment, that's
process.
temporary, it's not eternal, and it's not certain, and it's not all of
Uh,
these things." And I'm like, but you'd still have a pretty bad day after people took their revenge now, wouldn't ya?" And they're
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like
really.
but for some reason, they're like, "Yes, but it's not absolute punishment, it's not, permanent punishment, it's just temporary and transient." And I'm like, "Why does
You're
that
an
make
idiot.
why does that make a difference? It's still gonna be
Yeah,
pretty shitty.
exactly.
And I wish I
They
could
don't
It
remember.
shouldn't.
I wish I could remember the title of the novel that Hitchens talked about, where it was discovered that the Jesus person, character, whatever, did not rise again. He died like any other man. You know, there were bones in the cave and everything else like that. And everybody did, go fornicating in the streets and scare the horses and all this other stuff. And then it turned out that it was a hoax, and you had a lot of remorseful people around. Um, that sort of thing. If these people are really telling the truth, that they would have no moral compass at all were it to be proved that their
Then
God
they
did
are
not
absolutely
exist.
horrible people, and you know, I don't need God to have a moral compass. All
Thank
I
you.
needed was the back of my mom's hand.
And that's a
Well,
kind
see,
of, yeah, I don't
we're
know about
getting
that way.
you
No,
know,
my mom beat the tar out of us if we were bad.
Right, but that's still not the right way to handle morality. That's not the
Right.
No,
way to
but
learn
that's
morality.
how I learned what was right and what was wrong, by what my mom taught us growing up. You know, if people are so horrible that they can't treat someone with common decency, then religion's not going to save them.
Yeah, it is though. I mean, there are definitely some people out there where I'm like, I don't agree with your religion, but you stopped being exactly the kind of person I would think needs to be locked up because you found religion. And as long as you're not making anyone else's day worse, you do you, pal. I don't
Okay.
care if you're going to be religious as long as you're not making other people's lives worse by it.
Right. I
I try not to make other
I'm
people's lives worse anyway, even though I am religious.
there. It is. This reminds me of a song by Katie Lang called "Nowhere to Stand." That has me crying every time I hear it because I remember the scene
Yeah.
that she describes.
I don't know the song. Can you be more specific?
I'll see. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, as things start to surface and tears come on down, the scars of childhood in a small town, the hurt she pushed inward is starting to show. Now she'll do some talking, but he'll never know. The tables have turned now with a child of her own, but she's blind to the difference. What's taught is what's known. Numbed by a reaction and stripped of the trust, a young heart is broken, not aware that it's just a family tradition, the strength of this land, where what's right and wrong is the back of a hand, turns
Mhm.
girls into women and a boy to a man. The rights of the children have nowhere to stand.
Yep. I mean, my mom wasn't severely abusive, but there were days when, you just wanted to hide in your room because she was upset, and anything you did would make her angry.
Hmm.
Well, I
It
wonder,
didn't
I actually
happen
do wonder
often.
if those two in some way enjoyed that shit.
Hmm.
I hope not, but some people do. Um, it kids these days, uh, I think a lot of them have not grown up. I know they haven't grown up the way we did. Um, they don't know necessarily, some of them, what it was like to not have someone saying you can't hit your kid because it's abusive.
Well, I wonder about that stuff because in some, if you want to call them discussions, the term is loose in this application, but
Hmm.
I got the impression that the uh, the cousins, the folks
Hmm.
to other, to the aunts and uncles of my age, I got the impression that they thought that such abuse was normal.
Yeah,
Well,
Um,
there was a time when it was.
yeah,
and,
exactly.
and nobody ever said anything. They never said that, yeah, this is the way it's done, this is the way it should be done. But I got that impression that
Well,
anybody
keep
who
in
did
mind,
that was okay, and maybe even that anybody who did not do that was not doing it right.
yeah, well, keep in mind, in school, they were allowed to use corporal punishment. They didn't, nobody stopped some teachers from taking a paddle with holes drilled in it and swatting a kid with it.
And I remember,
Nowadays,
A paddle with holes in it, you say?
yeah,
uh-huh, I remember some of the
exactly.
teachers would prominently display those paddles.
Hmm.
Yes. And nowadays they look at, you talk about paddling the kids in school and they go, "Oh, but we're not allowed to do that. That hasn't been allowed for 20 years."
And good that it's
Okay,
not.
yes, that's true, but uh you also have to keep in mind that some of these kids have no uh no one that is teaching them that, certain things, certain behaviors are not okay.
Well, I sometimes get the idea
Well,
that
that's
that's
hardly
what
an
reform
argument
school
for
is for.
physical punishment.
Mm, probably. I just it's I some of the kids in TC school, you know, the bullies that used to pick on him all the time.
Oh yeah,
Their parents wouldn't do anything about it even when the school called, and it's like, how can you ignore what the
amazing,
school is saying?
amazing that the school would call
Yeah.
because
Well, I raised a stink.
at that
I raised a stink
well,
because one of the was it slammed your fingers in your locker, Talon?
Yeah, Tyler Askham did that.
I had been complaining about Tyler for years and nothing was ever done. And when he slammed TC's fingers in the locker, I literally told the school, if you do not do something about this, I will be contacting the police because this has gone to a physical assault level.
yeah, well,
And this should have been dealt with when I first started complaining, and you people have ignored me. And when I do file that assault charge, I will file it against not only the kid, but the school, because you have done nothing to stop it.
yeah, they
Well,
could
He would
be
have
no,
labeled them
an
as
accessory.
I
complicit.
mean, I
Yeah.
was bullied in school a fair bit, and the thing that always got to me was that all of the onus of stopping the bullying was put on the victim.
Yes,
Where it's like,
Yes.
oh, just walk away. Oh,
That
just
doesn't
ignore them.
work.
No, of course it doesn't. They have feet. They can follow you.
Yeah.
But the point is that like they always said, "Oh, it's your responsibility. We're doing nothing." It was like basically we're going to take the easy way out.
Hmm.
And those kids should have been punished severely
well,
Yeah.
for what they
Well,
would.
what was
Tyler was
interesting, hmm?
Tyler was constantly calling TC names. He was constantly poking at him. He was constantly just being a shithead to him all the time. I mean, Talon could not go through one single day in school without this bully picking on him,
Well, the
grabbing his homework, tossing spitballs at him, calling him names, bothering him at lunch. I mean, just constantly.
well, the interesting thing is when I was at a similar grade level, and that would have been in Catholic school, the teachers were participating in that
Ugh,
behavior. They were also
ugh.
doing the bullying.
Hmm.
How much
Uh,
of that was like you are weird, you're not conforming to the norm, and therefore we have to make you be more
Hmm.
normal, and so we'll like beat your ass until you do what we say
a
the
good,
way we say you should do it.
very likely a good part of it, because I was the
Yeah.
weirdo. I was the one who was different.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then well, some of the stuff that was really interesting. When I would do something in response. There was one,
Hmm.
for example, where the kid was going down the aisle for whatever, and as the kid passed me, slapped me,
On the back of
and
the head.
I think I see where you're going with this, and I have things to say about it when you're ready.
and I lashed out. I returned the slap, and the teacher came after me, yelling at me for having done it, and I was like, "Well, what am I to do? No, am I to sit here and take it?" And the answer was at a very loud tone, "Well,
Yes.
Jesus did."
Oh, well, that's not where I thought you were going
Oh.
with it, but yeah. I mean that's the thing is if you as the victim feel powerless or feel like no one's going to help you, and
Hmm.
so you lash out, like all of a sudden you're the one who's in trouble. You know, like
Yeah,
the last
yeah.
person to misbehave is the one who's in trouble. The last person, like they only see the explosion and not what ignited it.
Yep.
Well,
And that drove me up the fucking wall.
Yeah,
in
because
my
TC would go ahead.
in my case, I look back at it and I'm thinking, no, it's not that they didn't see it; it's that they condoned it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
TC would fight back. He would yell back. He would say, he's bothering me. He won't leave me alone. He's bullying me. And they're like, just walk away.
No,
Just ignore him.
no.
That
And
doesn't work.
it does. And I told him, I said, you've been telling him God knows how long to ignore it, and it's not working. Do
Mm-hmm.
something about it.
Yeah, at one point, and I probably should have done it. Um, I was seriously considering self-education at the local
Hmm.
library. And of course, the truant officer would have been sent after me and all that other stuff. And, nothing would have happened that would have been good or anything like that. Nothing solved.
Right.
But how long did it
You
take me
know,
to convince those two to let me go to a public school um, where, okay, not it was not the case that everything became all, roses and everything, but it improved a great deal.
Hmm.
it's funny you mention truant officers because I was actually thinking about it the other day. I don't know what inspired the thought, but I wondered
Hmm.
if there's still a thing. Like,
Yes,
are
they
there
are.
still truant officers?
They're not called truant officers anymore. They're more likely to be called juvenile officers
Okay. I'm
because I think they were folded into the juvenile detention system,
where like
but I'm
I've
not
never
positive.
really understood how they operated.
Which
Like how did they find a kid who was cutting class?
I would assume the schools called in and said, "Hey, this person hasn't been showing up, yada
I
yada
mean, did they just
yada."
go to the parents? Because I always got the impression that a truant officer would be like patrolling the mall or whatever equivalent of a mall that
Some
people
of
had.
that may have happened.
I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, if you were,
Like catching them in the act is what I'm talking about here.
yeah, if you
Hmm.
appeared to be of a certain age at a certain time of day, the guy might say, "Hey, hi, who are you, and why are you here now?" That may have actually happened. I don't know.
Hmm. It's just
Hmm.
something I've often wondered about because it was a trope I heard, but I never saw it in action. And I mean, like, I don't even, well, I mean, granted, I never cut class until I took a post grad year in high school because I got a really cool offer to help teach the animation classes, which was really neat. But I mean, I don't know what happened to the kids who did cut class.
Lock them up and throw away the key.
No, I'm pretty
No,
sure
that
that
wouldn't have
wasn't.
happened. No, I think they had the key thrown away. You would have had to have done something that even they would have considered out of line. Um,
Yeah. Of course, there are some other things I often wondered about. Like, I'm adopted,
yeah,
and there was one kid in my class who was never adopted. Like he was an orphan, I guess you would call it. He had no actual legal parents, and I don't know if he lived in a group home or foster parents or an orphanage, if we even have those still, because it sounds like something out of Annie. But I mean, like, how did that work? And when you turn 18, are you just kicked out on your ass into the street,
that
left
I
to
could,
twist?
that I can tell you. Yes, you are.
Hmm.
They call it aging out of the system.
I
Hmm.
mean, that's probably where we get a lot of drunks and drug dealers.
Wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt it at all.
Yeah, it's just so weird. I don't grok humanity. I really don't.
Yeah, I think about it, and sometimes I might have preferred to have never been adopted.
Mm,
Well, what I really want, and of course, I want to go back in time,
well, who doesn't?
find the person who became pregnant with the fetus that would become me, and convince her to go to New York and have an abortion.
Mm,
Why would you
I don't
do
know about
that?
that. But I remember like
Excuse me, TC. Doing that, I would not exist right now. I would not have existed to have
But
the
I
life
like
I.
you.
I would not have existed to have the life I had, which you weren't around for most of.
Right, Talon. It's there are many people who have gone through life and just did not want to live the life they've lived, and that is a matter of fact.
Lavender,
well,
it sounds to
sometimes
me
I
like you need a
wonder,
big freaking hug, and here's a big hug through the interwebs.
It's a little late for that.
as I understand it, my birth mother tried to keep me until I was 3.5 months old. She tried to keep me. I don't remember any of this, but the adoption agency said so. But I was really, really sick for a lot of it.
Okay,
Uh,
then.
and she just didn't know how to deal with it. And that's why she gave me up. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if that hadn't been true. What would my life have been like? I don't know anything about her.
Yeah.
And, except that I was, like she was a single parent. She was not married to whoever my birth father was. But also, and I think I've mentioned this before too, is that when I was being adopted, there were two kids at the adoption agency, me and this kid named Ben. And when it came time to decide who went with which parents, because there were two sets of prospective adoptive parents there, they decided I would go with my parents because I resembled them the most.
Okay.
And but the thing is that Ben's father is a minister. And I'm wondering what my life would have been like if I'd been raised by him instead. Now, don't get me wrong, he's a very nice guy,
I
and
apologize for that.
he's pretty liberal minded and all of that. So it would not necessarily have been the life of a fundy, but at the same time, where would I be religion wise, thought wise, life wise?
Well, there.
Life
Yeah.
wise.
I
I
mean,
mean,
would
I don't know.
would this guy have been of the mind? Hey, my daughter's a lesbian. Cool. Or would he have some serious problems?
Well, I mean, that's the thing is I was raised in Vermont. It was like I think it was the first state to have civil unions, but not the first to have gay marriage. And, that was a very prevalent attitude in the state is of tolerance. Now, granted, not everyone I knew in school was so tolerant. I remember the prominent gay bar in Burlington, Vermont was called Pearls, or according to all of my classmates, Pearls, right? So, there was definitely some teenage homophobia in my school.
Uh
But
huh.
for the most part, I'd say on average, people were pretty tolerant in the state. So it might have been okay.
Yeah, with my little thing, I'm sure you guys know the entire story. What I'm told is that my dam was a 23-year-old student nurse at the time of my birth. Um, that lends credence to the idea that my sire was very likely an intern, and I was conceived in a medical supply closet. Um, but had I been around, had those two been my parents, I wonder what things would have been like. Because they sound like they had a little more going for them than the two people I got handed to.
Mm,
Um, I couldn't tell you.
yeah. Well, have you ever? thought, well, I mean, it's obviously too late now, but did you ever think about trying to track down your birth parentals?
From time to time, yes. It might still be possible. I mean, at the time of my birth, she was allegedly 23 years old, which would mean that this year she'd be somewhere around 85, 86. That's not that magnificently old.
Old enough that it could be. I mean, because there's a lot of people croaking these days at ages I would have considered too young.
Yeah, I mean, those two, he died at, wait a minute now, he died at 91, she died at 92. Now, I
Are
know
you
that
talking
that,
about the slimy bastards now?
say again?
Are you talking about the slimy bastards right
Yes.
now?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Schlistobulutki. That
Yeah.
one, that's slimy bastards in Russian. There was a point
Uh,
where I was getting the whole gender counseling thing going and everything else. The counselor, of all goddamn things, was a Catholic sister. And I at one time asked her, what are you doing here? Your boss doesn't like people like me. But she didn't like my describing those two as the slimy bastards. She didn't want to hear it. Oh, they were nice. They had to have been nice. I'm like, fuck you. So I
yeah.
I took to doing it in Russian. And she asked,
Mm.
what's that mean? It's slimy bastards in Russian. The look she gave me.
Well, you know
Um,
what's funny? I was watching a TV show yesterday that made me think of you.
oh God, what horror film was it?
It's the show How I Met Your Mother, right? And one of the main characters, Lily, is pregnant, and her OBGYN is a woman from like Eastern Europe or whatever. And at one point, I her husband, Lily's husband, Marshall, is looking at this diagram of like the reproductive system, and he goes, "Oh, there is so much I didn't know about vaginas." And the OBGYN, she goes, "Oh, boja." And I was like, "Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where have I heard that before?"
Bоже
I
мой.
love it. I love it.
So, yeah, I was watching a show and it made me think of your dumb butt.
Well, I feel honored that you would even have me in your head to think of me in a situation like that.
Well, and I hate using this word, but I get triggered by words. And when I say triggered, I don't mean, I just mean, aha. So,
Love
Aha.
beef
let's put it this way, my memory gets triggered by words.
Aha.
Yeah. Thank
is
you,
is
yogurt.
for you,
Or
yes.
not
You're
yogurt.
welcome.
Wait, who am I thinking of? Not yogurt. It's Eddie Murphy in Coming to America, isn't it?
No. No, no,
No?
no, 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 no.
No?
It's from Billy Crystal from The Neverending Story.
It was never in the Neverending
Yes,
Story.
he
You might be
was.
thinking of The Princess Bride.
No.
Billy Crystal was in the Neverending Story. Are
Oh,
you
no,
serious?
not him. No, I'm okay, yeah. It might be Princess Bride. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
But no, at the end of Coming to America, like you know how Billy Crystal and the other dude whose name is I'm totally blanking on, were playing multiple characters in Coming to America,
Kind of,
and
sorta, yeah.
Eddie Murphy was playing the Jewish dude, right?
Uh-huh.
In the barber shop, and at the very end, like during the credits or right before the end credits or after it, he tells some joke. And
Uh-huh.
at the end of the joke, like the punchline is aha, aha, in this like very Jewish sounding. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get that. I understand where it's coming from now. Yes.
Mm.
No, I was doing Miracle Max. Aha
Mm.
from Princess Bride.
Well, here it is. Here's the joke. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait, stop right there. Listen, stop right there a minute. A man goes into a restaurant. You listen? A man goes into a restaurant. He sits down. He's having a bowl of soup. He says to the waiter, Waiter, come taste the soup. The waiter says, Is there something wrong with the soup? He says, Taste the soup. He says, Is there something wrong with the soup? Is the soup too hot? He says, Will you taste the soup? What's wrong with the soup? Too cold? Will you please just taste the soup? All right, I'll taste the soup. Where's the spoon? Aha. Aha. She goes, what do you know from funny, you bastard? You know, like that.
Yeah.
And that's what, when you said, aha, that's what I thought of, was right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah. Trying to tell him
my.
I can't taste the soup because there's no damn spoon.
That's the
I,
truth.
Yep.
But I don't know. I was raised around Jews and Italians, so there's something, and they're all from New York. So something about
my.
except the one from New Jersey. But there's something about that New York accent that just screams home to me, even though I was raised in Vermont.
Darn.
Yep. Oh.
You know, hey, I'm walking here. You know, something about that just strikes a chord.
Mhm.
man, it's too bad I
Yeah,
can't
that
have
would
good
be
memories like that.
for me, my Aunt Eileen.
Does she come on?
No, she has a very specific Irish accent,
I
and
think the reference was missed.
yes.
There's a song called "Come On, Eileen."
Oh, I don't know it, so that's
Hmm.
why I missed it.
Okay.
But my Aunt Eileen is just this fabulous, lovely woman, just nice to everybody, um,
One of those.
snarky as shit. Oh my god, the woman can snark.
But it's
Um,
interesting that she should be
But
fabulous.
she loves people. She's curious. She always wants to know stuff about people, and just she's fabulous.
Hmm.
But don't get her mad.
Yeah. I
She
forget
is
who it was. Somebody told me that they've never seen me be mean to someone without a darn good reason, without them being mean first.
right.
And I think I might be very similar, you know, with the whole don't make her mad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've seen
Just
you when you've been
Yeah.
slightly displeased. Yeah, I could go with that.
I like cheese.
Cheese
Sorry,
is
that's
always good.
just my go-to when the conversation gets killed, especially by me, is I like cheese.
Oh gosh, yeah. I
So,
love cheese. Cheese
Oh
is
man,
good.
I love
well, I
cheese.
don't
It's,
even mean it. It just is something funny to say to shake things up. I mean,
mhm.
don't get me wrong.
Mm.
I like cheese, but I'm not saying it because I like cheese. I'm saying it because I killed the convo.
Mm. No, cheese is like a meal to me.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
My
wait,
mom used
you,
to
save your
my
cheese cracker?
It's
Well,
too.
do you remember there was an ad for cheese at one point on television, where it was cheese, glorious cheese, so
yes.
I think I
yeah, like
barely
that.
remember that
Mhm.
one.
It
Yeah.
was actually pre-Behold the Power of Cheese commercials. It was like early to mid 80s, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Anyway,
advertisement
I
has
think we
been
might have lost
sponsored by the
Diana.
National Cheese
I
Council.
think we might have too.
What, did we drive everybody off?
But no, my nickname when I was growing up was Mouse
I have no idea why.
because my mom would buy a pack of cheese, and the joke was she'd go to work and she'd come back 2 days later, and all the cheese would be gone. She's like, where is the mouse that ate my cheese?
How heavy was that pack of
You know,
cheese?
now I am totally jonesing for Cheez-Its.
I know.
Have you tried the buffalo wing style?
No, I haven't
Oh
tried
my god,
that
those are
Mom
good.
doesn't like spicy stuff. They give her heartburn.
Yeah.
Well, they're not super spicy. They're just tasty. I mean, they have a tiny bit of spice to them. And that's one thing. It's only recently that stuff you buy in the store that claims to be spicy is actually
Really
spicy.
spicy. Yeah.
there was a time, it'd say spicy, and it's like, yeah, you put a dash of pepper in the whole box, didn't you? Now
Yeah.
it's like, I want spicy, I want tears, I want sweat, I want all of that. And they're actually providing now where they never used to.
Yeah.
My
You
problem.
know, one time there was an actual ghost pepper beef jerky stick.
They're
don't
still
know.
around.
I don't know
tried it on a
I don't know what
dare.
ghost pepper is. What the heck's ghost pepper?
Okay, do you know what a Scoville unit is?
Not even slightly.
It's a unit of heat, a unit of spiciness.
Yeah.
Basically, it determines how spicy something is. Like,
Sure.
say, a jalapeno is...
Okay, not important. Get to the ghost part.
The ghost pepper is one of the hottest peppers in the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
Only two supersede it. The Trinidad Scorpion... Actually, I think it's the Trinidad Scorpion and the Carolina Reaper or something.
Yeah. It's 3 now. They've got a new one. But I don't know what it is.
What I'll
I
do
hope
is.
Diana comes back.
Did I go?
thought
Yeah,
she
at the
was
time, it
letting
was
us
the
talk.
hottest.
Did I
There's
go
been
away?
a number of times when we've gotten into a conversation, maybe a subject she doesn't grok, and just lets us blather.
A little bit
It's
of that.
happened.
Yeah,
I've
it's
seen it.
happened.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's still in the chat or in the stream, but well, I don't know. Maybe we're going off on a topic she doesn't really have any experience with or whatever. But she'll just let us chat.
Well, I've
Yeah.
never eaten a ghost
I don't
pepper,
know.
and I was looking up to
you-
try to see what they looked like. What?
What?
Um,
Jibber jabbering.
Yes.
It doesn't look
Okay.
anything like what I was expecting it to look
Fine.
like. I was
You
ex-
jibber,
Jibber,
I'll
jibber,
jabber. We'll see where it goes.
And we'll jibber jabber together. Yes.
yeah, I was expecting the fruit to be
Okay.
Gotta
white.
figure out what I'm gonna
but
eat. I'm getting hungry.
Pizza.
yeah.
And I think I mentioned this before earlier, but I watch the Super Bowl every year. It's the only football I watch.
Uh-huh.
I'm realizing I should go out to the store and get some snackage.
Well, yeah. I mean, considering it's going to start in what, an hour and a
today,
half?
isn't it? Oh shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, not an hour.
My
I'm
team is
sorry.
playing today.
It's starting
I
at
actually
either
don't know who the
1800.
teams are, although I understand that Jordan might be one of
Chiefs
them.
And the
I was going to
49ers.
find. Oh, you got
Really? I
it.
thought the
City
Browns
Chiefs.
were one. Okay.
No.
Hmm.
No.
Kansas
The
City
Browns
Chiefs
in the Super
and
Bowl, the world would
San
end.
Francisco 49ers.
I kept hearing people talk about the Browns. I must have missed something.
Nah, the
And,
Browns are in their
I
usual
always
shitty
pick who's
place.
going to win based on whose helmets I think are prettiest, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna go with San Francisco here.
Yep. San Francisco's my team, so
Well, I mean, as I
I'd
say,
like them
I have
to
no
win.
attachment to any of these teams. I'm just saying prettiest helmets are going to win. I have something like a 70% track record on that one.
Oh, well
Which is
then.
weird. Like why?
Well-
How much do helmets really matter? Probably not even slightly. But at the same time, I'm right a lot based on picking the helmets. It might be an aberration, but
Who is
Well,
it? Who is it
I have
from?
liked the 49ers since before Tornado was even a twinkle in my eye.
Let me just put this in a way that John Oliver said. I
Who-
basically view the Super Bowl like a lemur views a Supreme Court vacancy. In short,
Okay.
I don't care about that in any way. Please fuck off. I have a banana.
Who is it? That's the
Sure.
team from the.
You are a banana.
Who is it?
Nanner, nanner, nanner.
Who is it? That's the team from the AFC.
Okay, you know what? Maybe I won't be able to watch it because honestly, oh no, here we go. FoxSports.com. Got it. I think I can actually watch it here live.
Oh, wait a minute. Here we go.
Okay, because I mean I did that last time, and like they just streamed it for free. I mean, all the commercials were in there, which was good because who doesn't love the commercials? But
Some of them are hysterical.
absolutely, and I can't wait to see the one with the drag queens, just because the Fundies made such a big fucking deal out
Yeah,
of it.
that would be interesting to see.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's,
okay.
there's a drag queen commercial that's going to happen in the Super Bowl. It's like the first time drag queens, and all of the fundies are flipping their shit about it.
Well, that
Really?
guy who
Oh yeah. So
that gu-
now I want to watch it just because.
To
Well, they're
see
not going
that.
to know I'm tweaking them, but I want to see it just like because
who's
I'm a
Gonna be
contrary
fun.
piece of
who's
shit. That's
who's the
why.
guy that makes who's
Um,
the guy that makes videos in
but
his
yeah,
car?
so I'm gonna watch the Super Bowl today.
No, who's the guy that makes the videos in
Anyway,
his?
just saying.
Who's the guy?
Yeah.
So, and there's a countdown. It looks like it starts in 3.5 hours. So if
Pretty
this
much.
stream goes long,
Oh.
I will leave.
No, I
Well,
think
Diana
watch
said
the
I
the
think
stream
it's
was
not going to
gonna be
go all that
short for
long.
some
Yeah, I
reason,
think.
she said.
Well,
Yeah, but
I wasn't.
short for this stream is 6 hours.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yeah,
feeling
that's
too well,
true.
and it's one of those
So, I
things that I figured
mean,
I'd keep it short. As a matter of
Yeah.
fact,
Mind
pretty.
if I present something since I've basically completed it?
rather a lot, actually. Please don't. Kidding, just do it, whatever it is.
Hold on, let me just get into optimal position.
Oh, did you complete the third incarnation?
Well, I basically.
So, are you doing a Kerbal Space Program thing?
No,
Okay,
it's the Space Engineers.
close enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. It's
Mm.
oh wait a minute. Are you guys hearing me?
It looks like a space giraffe.
It's not a space giraffe.
Well, it looks like a
No.
space giraffe.
It's Rudolph.
Oh.
Okay.
Do I really want to keep trying to do this boss?
Are you
Okay.
am I audible?
Well, I actually had an idea for
Mhm.
something that I'm going to try to implement.
Mhm.
It's a webcomic where most of my attempts at webcomics have been, or storytelling of any fashion, have been very serious. It's like, or at least they take themselves seriously.
Right.
Where it's like sci-fi fiction on the level of Star Wars and Babylon 5 and all that. But
Right.
I used to do what I called weird thoughts videos, where it was just sort of like this stream of consciousness shit. I mean, it was all scripted,
Right.
like all my videos, but it was just, here's the inner workings of my brain. And it came to me that most webcomics that are like successful are humor.
Mhm.
And so I thought, well, I can do a humorous webcomic. So I'm building a character who is kind of me, sort of ish, but not really, who will be reciting my weird thoughts. And that will be the basis of the webcomic, is just, here's another weird thought from Kate. And so I'm working on the character
Mhm.
right now. I'm working on the hair, which is
Okay,
one of the
hang on
hardest
here.
parts.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
But I'm
that's
doing this character to look like hand-drawn art while actually being 3D CGI. So that's my
Okay.
project.
Fun.
okay. Let's see. No,
Yeah.
this isn't working either.
Um,
Damn it. I hate that particular
but a
spell.
CGI 3D hair is hard.
Mm.
So, like, for example, if I were to present, let me get the character here. There. If I hadn't told you that this is CGI and not hand drawn, would you have thought it was?
No.
Well, then I'm succeeding in my aims. And Diana says it seems we're not hearing her, and that is the truth.
Yes, we are not hearing you, Diana.
So,
Oh
anyway,
my!
the hair is
it's not.
maybe a third, possibly half done. It's going to be longer
Mhm.
when it's done. Like right now, this actually kind of looks like a little boy.
Mhm.
But like I've put someone else's CGI hair on the character that was a lot more feminine than this, and it was definitely like without the hair, the character looks quite androgynous.
Mhm.
The hair will be a better indication, and so will the clothing.
Right.
But yeah, so I was thinking about the title Head Meats.
Okay.
But I have this big long text file of just weird thoughts.
Mhm.
And I figure with that plus the weird thoughts I have that I haven't added to this thing, I should be able to have a lot of material to work with.
You actually
Mhm.
call it head meats?
Well, that's the idea I'm tossing about at the moment is head meats.
Well, hopefully Diana will get her sound fixed soon.
Yeah. Because, head meats equals brains, in case that
Right.
wasn't obvious. Well, in case it wasn't obvious, not everyone has grokked that on the first go.
Mhm.
So,
Oh, this could kill me.
and I mean, not all of these thoughts are funny. Some of them are just, have you ever wondered about kind of stuff. But, and some of it, like one of the sections is, if I were in charge, everything would be different.
Right.
You know,
Mhm. Oh, we've all thought that at one point or another.
yeah. But okay, when I go to the IHOP for breakfast, I like to order my eggs encrypted. It usually takes the wait staff a moment or two to figure out what I mean.
Okay.
Encrypted?
Uh,
Okay, so there's there. Now, why is that not doing what it's supposed to do? Okay, I don't know if the one person in there can still hear me. This is no fun. This is no fun at all. You're getting a lot of buffering, Omega Nuts. Okay, be mindful you see me, which is interesting because that couldn't. I am not able to hear Momnado and Kate, which is just the opposite of what it was before. They couldn't hear me. Now I cannot hear them. Let me go to Google Chrome. Okay, you can hear me, yes. I cannot hear you. And I don't understand why this is happening. I'm very frustrated. You were? Yeah, the headphones are indeed plugged it in. That's old. That's old Tornado. This is stupid weird, for fuck's sake. Why is it doing this? Let me think. Okay, I'm gonna try something. See if I can't get somewhere. I'm going to go to. Where am I going to go? You don't have to tell me where to go. I know where to go and what to do. What to do when I get there. Okay. It's not necessarily going to come through there. Wait a minute. Audio output capture. Properties. I don't know that it's going to do anything here, but okay, we're going to go there. And then we're going to go there, and nothing's happening. This is just crazy. I know you're saying something, Kate. I can see your jaw moving, but I can't hear what it is that you're saying. And I'm not sure what I can do about it. You know, what's also interesting, wait a minute, let me get that out of the way. Okay, there. Hang on. This is. Wait a minute. Settings. I'm going to try going to the Yeti stereo microphone analog stereo and plug this thing in. Okay, wait a minute. I'm hearing something. Yes, I plugged it into the Yeti and I'm hearing through the Yeti. Why I am not hearing through the regular audio, I don't know. Okay. But at least I'm hearing you guys now. Yeah, it's probably not for anything here. Well, we now have 8 viewers. Yeah, Greg says dump them and start over. Well, no. I mean, with the way everybody's going here, um, if I turn off the broadcast, I'll leave it off because everybody else has things to do. Um, I mean, Kate's gonna watch. Kate's gonna watch sports ball, and didn't you say something, Mom Nato, that you weren't feeling too well? Oh, okay. Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just going through my. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Oh, for fuck's. Okay, I'm liking it. I am liking it. Now, there's all four of them in this. Why am I missing? Oh, Lord, nothing's going right today. Why am I missing the bicalutamide? Of all the stuff I'm taking, that one's the most important. Yeah, yeah, to those folks, it's a lot of fun, and that's basically where it goes. Um, Holy shit. Yeah. Ugh. Hang on. No. This can't be happening. This can't, no, this cannot be, this absolutely cannot be happening. No. Great. Wait a minute. Is it gonna, oh man. Oh my. I let out a major sigh of relief. I had 4 prescriptions filled and there were only 3 bags. Happily, the bicalutamide was in the same bag as the estradiol. And the bicalutamide is the most important one. It's the anti-androgen. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, I see. I don't know. I've never sampled, so I wouldn't know the. I mean, okay, you're talking about the dehydrated pasta, right? Yeah, uncooked pasta. I've nibbled on tiny pieces, but I have not tried to make a meal of it. Oh, okay. That's a that's interesting. I really didn't do things like snacking because the stuff would get caught in my molars and it would be very annoying. Yeah, that would be because I'm trying to remember now. I'm not remembering. I'm not remembering with any sort of confidence. But are there accents in American Sign? Or at least dialects? Agfu. No. Oh, that's an interesting one. No, yeah, when you mentioned that, I was. Yeah, that's an interesting thing you've got going there because I remember the way I learned. Let me change the layout here so we can go to Spotlight. There we go. I remembered learning the sign for bullshit, which is this: the horns of the bull, not necessarily the taking the shit. And okay, well, remember, I learned this 50 years ago. I don't know, there may have been a slight change. But in the room, somebody said, "Why are you flashing a gang sign?" And, it's interesting the way the gangs have co opted everything. You can't wear sports gear, you can't wear a baseball hat without somebody asking you, "Why are you wearing that gang gear?" Around here, you see a lot of Colorado Rockies gear. And who in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania would be a Colorado Rockies fan, let alone the hundreds or even thousands I have seen? But it makes a lot of sense. Wait a minute, why is that? But I have seen a lot and heard a lot that associates it with the Crips. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, let's go here.
Which means it blocks the sun more effectively.
Okay, I got it fixed. Don't ask me how it happened, but the audio was muted. I didn't do it. The machine did it for me.
Your
There's
machine
a
is
good chance like
weird.
a cord got yanked or something. It'll often do that.
Yeah,
Like
because I dropped a speaker
because
right
like
on my Wi-Fi
sometimes
adapter.
if you pull the microphone and then put it back in, it'll make a loud blast of sound that nobody wants to hear. And so there'll be like an automatic mute if it gets disconnected or something.
Okay, that could be. That could be,
So,
could be.
you know, a pair of binoculars is redundant. Either you have
Yes.
binoculars or you have a pair of oculars or noculars, but the bi at the beginning of binoculars already implies a set of two. So a pair of binoculars would be two sets of binoculars.
I would think that the proper term, if you want to call it that, would be a binocular.
Yeah, probably.
Something like that.
All of a sudden, I've
So
got
here's a thing.
Would
You know
call a
what?
telescope
You know why they call
binoculars?
songs numbers? You know, like I'm gonna play this little number for you. They call songs numbers because they start with and a one and a two.
Yes,
All of a sudden,
I is
I'm wondering
liking.
if they would call telescopes monoculars.
No, a
Actually, I think
monocular is something else. It's what Colonel Klink wore.
that's a monocle.
Monocle.
isn't it?
Oh, that's a monocle. That's right. Monocular. But there are monoculars out there. Are they those things that you put on something and has a little lens in it, and you look at something underneath it?
Isn't that a microscope?
No, not necessarily. Let me see.
No?
Well,
What you just described there is effectively the function of a microscope.
So here's one. In pine sol, what exactly is meant by sol? Is it solvent, solution,
Yes.
sun?
I think it's
I-
solution. I think it is.
Okay.
Well, maybe.
Oh,
Fine solution.
what I'm looking at right now, or at least the current usage, a monocular is a tiny telescope
Hmm.
I knew it!
for terrestrial use.
So when
Okay.
did sudden become a noun? You
Sudden?
know, like yeah, because something happened all of a sudden,
Yeah,
why
there's one
all-
for you.
and why all of a sudden? Has anything ever happened with just part of a sudden?
There's another one for
It
you.
happened mostly of a sudden, but we kind of saw it coming.
Okey-dokey.
There was an arts and crafts lady on the Learning Channel, I think it was, who became very annoying with her. And all of a sudden, you heard it about 90 times throughout a half-hour episode.
Now,
Oh,
here's one that's
boy.
not necessarily funny. It's actually just interesting. Is that puck, with regard to like a hockey puck, is actually a verb that got noun. Because like apparently if you hit it, you were pucking it.
Oh,
But now we use something. We describe something small and round as a puck.
Well, yeah.
Let's see.
So, I mean, it was just an interesting little bit of history I looked up and found.
Mhm.
And,
So you call something like that getting nouned.
well, yeah, it's a verb that got nouned. Why wouldn't you call it that?
Yeah, possibly from puck, verb
Any other
to
examples
hit
of
or
verbs that
strike.
got nouned?
Well, yeah, probably a lot. I don't have one right now
Like
in my
hit?
head. Actually, maybe.
I
We
will.
took a hit.
Except that's actually, I think that's actually a noun that got verbed.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Because,
I
you
think.
know, like you can have pitted olives.
Yeah, and the
Oh, we took a hit. We
pitted
took a hit.
olives is to remove the pit from.
You know, here's the thing. I have never had a burp that was an SBD. All my burps have sound,
Yes.
as opposed to, you know, SBDs are usually farts.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
Now,
That's funny. I thought SBD was a team of Power Rangers.
No, it's silent but deadly is what it is.
Yeah.
It's
now
you know,
Oh,
except
come
for that,
on! You
except without
guys
the
didn't
raspberry.
get the joke.
That's
this.
because no one watches Power Rangers, kiddo.
Power Rangers Space Patrol Delta. Power Rangers SPD.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, we don't watch I've seen exactly one Power Rangers anything, and it was in high school because a bunch of friends and I were bored, and we said, let's go see the Power Rangers movie. We went, and we were the only ones in the theater, just the three of us. And so we turned it into Rocky Horror. We were shouting at the screen, doing cartwheels up and down the aisles, and the ushers came in and wanted to make us stop, but then they realized it was just the three of us and all of us were doing it. So they're like, let them have fun. They're not throwing popcorn or nothing. So they left us alone. And it was one of the most fun things I've ever done. But the only thing I remember about the movie is apparently they were giving the Power Rangers different animal forms or something. And the one dude dressed in green was like, I'm a frog. So, like, that's the only thing I remember about the movie. So when you say no one got the joke, well, yeah, the last experience I had with the Power Rangers was in the 90s.
Okay, now you just kind of reminded me of a little something. You know, when you said, "Oh, I want to be or I'm a frog" or something like that. That reminded me of, look, up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a frog.
Underdog.
Yes, dear.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I was headed.
But I mean, like, why would anyone find a bird or a plane so remarkable that they have to exclaim about it?
No.
It's like it's a bird.
You
Oh,
know?
yay! It's a plane. You see those every day.
So here's a weird one. Okay, you know, like if someone kills a king, it's regicide. If
Yes.
someone kills a brother, it's fratricide. If they kill another human, it's homicide. So why is it that you never see the prefix sui anywhere other than suicide?
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if I can find anything like that. Okay, suicide
Just
etymology.
something I noticed once and it bothered the hell out of me.
There's got to be something going on. Okay, origin and meaning of suicide by online etymology. Let's give that a shot. Okay, deliberate killing of oneself, 1650s, from modern Latin suicidum, suicide, from Latin sui, of oneself.
Well, I mean, that part makes sense, but no one uses
No one
sui
uses
anywhere
it,
else unless
yeah.
they're calling pigs. You know, sui,
Yep.
that's the only time you hear it, and it's spelled differently, I'm sure. But still.
Oh, well, you're forgetting Just Dustin and Sweet.
Sure.
And I think you violated copyright there.
Here's one I've never seen. Polyester candy.
What?
Well, they have cotton candy. Why not polyester candy?
Oh my goodness.
Then you could have a cotton poly blend wound around a paper tube. Yeah.
Well, that would be sacrilegious. I mean, you know, mixing two fibers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting, though. where I looked up the suicide thing, and let's go over here. Yep, arboricide, the wanton destruction of trees.
Well, that doesn't shock me.
It was once so important that they had to have a word for it.
Pesticide is the wanton destruction of pests.
Well, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Although it's
Don't
weird
give
that
me
it's
any
usually only
ideas.
it's weird that it's usually only applied to insects, though. Like, there's no mouse or rat pesticide.
Yeah, that's usually a rodenticide.
So here's a weird one.
Mm-hmm.
People from Germany are Germans,
Mm-hmm.
but wouldn't a German imply they're from Ger?
Okay, yeah, I like it. That's
Just
really
call them Deutschlander.
But I mean that's just it's a strange thing to me.
somebody did a video on that, and I forget who did it and when. A YouTube video. Okay, that was not
Yeah.
silent but
Technically, they're
deadly.
from the land of Germany, or Deutschland.
Well, I mean that's another thing is countries that end in land is strange. Like, what is Switzer that they needed a land for it? You know?
It's
What?
Swiss.
Yeah. But I mean, it's Switzerland. Well,
Well,
what
let's look.
is? What even is Swiss or Switzer? What does that mean? And did the people from the
Because I'm
Netherlands
getting kind of
think,
tired.
hey, this is the land of my ass?
Okay, Switzerland etymology.
I mean, Greenland and Iceland makes sense, but Finland, Poland, Scotland. I mean, Scott is a guy's name. He probably named it.
Oh, this
But
is
here's
the
interesting.
thing.
People from Ireland are angry all the time. I'm sure that's where it got my ire up.
There you go.
Oh.
From the
Well,
font.
apparently the Vikings discovered Iceland and Greenland, and they named them accordingly.
Actually, they didn't. They named them opposite from each other because they wanted people to not immigrate to Iceland. So they named it Iceland to make people think, no, I should go to Greenland because it's not as cold. They literally
Yes.
did it backward on purpose.
Yes, they did. And here's interesting. The English name Switzerland is a compound containing Switzer, an obsolete term for the Swiss, which was in use during the 16th to 19th centuries. The English adjective Swiss is a loan from the French Suisse, also in use since the 16th century. It's amazing. I mean, when you find actual real knowledge in the Wikipedia,
It is interesting, although sometimes I've looked for things in wikis and not found them, and I'm very frustrated.
Well, hey, Mom, when are you planning on making that pizza?
I don't know.
Also, I'm kind of tired. So I'm
Great
gonna take a
answer.
little bit of a
Okay,
nap.
go take a nap.
Yes.
Here's a weird
Okay.
question.
If you ask me about the pizza again, I'm gonna strangle you.
Oh boy!
Do pizza companies raise their prices during things like the Super Bowl? I've never actually checked.
I don't
Don't
know.
know. That is a curious question.
Although I'm willing to bet they lower them and say, here's a Super
I
Bowl
think-
sale.
Yeah, like they
You
do
know,
with
just so
turkeys
people buy
or
more. I mean, I know that like Uber and Lyft will charge more during rush hour, but I imagine not so much with the pizza.
I mean, the last time I ordered out for a pizza, oh my word. I
Yeah.
cannot remember if I was even living in greater Pittsburgh.
Well, for me, it was about a week or two ago. I got a Major Jones for pizza. Didn't want to go out, so I ordered some.
I almost ordered a pizza a couple months ago, and then I can't justify paying the price.
It is pretty expensive to have it delivered.
And the pizzas they had at this place looked absolutely fantastic, but it was just they wanted well over $20.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you get a large ass pizza around here can cost you 30.
Oh my.
Good lord.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
What I'd like to do is work out the way to make a decent pizza dough, and make my own
Mm.
pizza.
I really wish that microwave pizza didn't suck so hard.
Mm.
Wait a minute, microwave pizza?
Yeah,
I didn't know that existed. I never looked
really?
for it. I never looked for the pizzas in the freezer case, so I couldn't tell you.
Mm. Man, do
What?
not ever, without a certain amount of
Oh
editing,
my god, child, if you ask
privilege,
about dinner one
never
more
ask
time,
my
I'm gonna
parents to
smack
make
you.
pizza ever because
Jesus.
they don't know how to make pizza. Like they will spread the sauce on it and then a light sprinkling of cheese. I'm like, no, no, no.
No.
The cheese should completely cover the sauce 100%. If there's sauce peeking out from under the cheese, you've done it wrong.
And it should cover the pizza to a depth of a half an inch.
I'm okay with that, but I don't insist on it.
Okay.
But okay, the one that really horrified me is when I watched my parents cut the pizza with scissors.
Where? Where did they ever get that idea?
I don't know. I don't know, but I was just like, what the fuck are you people doing? Oh, it's just oh. But
I mean,
anyway, yeah.
if you
So,
don't have one of those round pizza cutter things where you roll it across the pizza,
mhm,
you've got to have
mhm.
a chef's knife, right?
You'd think.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm like, Dad, your family's from Sicily. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, really.
Oh, it was just, I was horrified. Horrified. So, anyway,
Oh my.
yeah.
This is interesting though. When I'm looking at the little blurb about Switzerland and Wikipedia, the one that shows up on the search page,
Mhm.
official language German, French, human language German, French, and
Human.
Italian. Now wait a minute. I had never heard.
Do the animals speak a different
They
language?
must.
Well,
Yeah.
yes.
They must.
And then here,
And non-human animals, because we are animals too.
yes.
Yes, the
Oh,
non-human.
just
That
tell
one has
that to
always driven me right the fuck up the wall when people try to say humans aren't animals.
yeah, just tell that to S.J. Thomason or any other
Ugh.
rabid Christian for that matter. Um,
Mhm.
there's nothing said against the humans for calling them animals. We are multicellular organisms with an internal digestive tract. Animal. Um,
Are those corn chips?
no, they're potato chips,
Oh,
kettle
because
cooked.
now I kind of think, if I'm gonna watch the Super Bowl, I should get nachos.
Oh my, that would be good. The
Yeah,
only question that remains then is what sort of dip would you use? Or would you use one at all?
nacho, nacho cheese, because they're nachos.
Okay.
I didn't think that this was an issue. If I wanted chips and salsa, I'd have said chips and salsa. I'm talking nachos over here.
Mm.
Right?
Oh, this is interesting.
Now, the only question really would be, do I want the spicy nachos or regular?
How about the nachos that are so spicy they will set your tongue on fire?
Ooh.
Well, I don't think they actually sell that in the stores, annoyingly.
Oh, darn it.
Yeah, it's a problem I was mentioning before, where you can get like spicy food in the store, but good luck getting really spicy food in the store. Instead of that hint of spiciness, I'm talking again sweat and tears and all of that. Can't get that. You have to go to a restaurant for that or make it yourself.
Mm. This is interesting. According to the font of all knowledge, uh, Switzerland has no de jure capital.
Which of the what now?
Okay, de jure meaning by law.
Hmm.
So it appears that
What's the other one?
Switzerland
I know there's another one.
de facto.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's Switzerland's de facto capital is Bern. But it's interesting that, yeah, by law they have no capital. How do you like that?
Hmm. And no, we're not ignoring you on the chat there. I see it. I just can't do anything about it.
No, wait a minute. Which og thing am I doing?
What
Oh
what
my
is
word! I have the wrong page. I'm using the wrong damn page. Okay, let's get this out of the way so you guys in the YouTube do not see my search stuff. There we go. Sorry.
And you really shouldn't say something like our feelings have been hurt for the last 30 minutes because it just makes me want to say something really rude as humor that you'll probably take badly. So,
Yeah, I mean,
like,
sorry.
no, we're not trying to hurt your feelings. If I was trying to hurt your feelings, I'd have said something like "fuck all of you," but I didn't.
Hmm.
Okay, Dave. You ask why is Diana so big? And the reason she is so big is when she quit smoking, she put on 40 pounds. And
I think what they actually meant was on screen.
I know, I
Yeah.
know. Um,
Yeah.
Well, they do say that the camera adds 10 pounds to you.
So how many cameras are on you?
two.
I have no clue.
Nah, that's only someone who's watched Friends multiple times would
Yes.
recognize the reference. But yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know if I mentioned this or not.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
I am finally back down to the weight um, that I had, or however you put that, um, when I moved from Homestead to Homewood in 2014. So I'm at my latest in 6 years. That's nice. I like
So
that.
where are these places? Homewood?
Homewood is a neighborhood of Pittsburgh. Actually, two neighborhoods. There's a North Homewood and a South Homewood. They are on the eastern part of the city of Pittsburgh, and Homestead is a borough, suburb, whatever you want to call it, that is just south of Pittsburgh.
So here's a question for you, and you probably know this. Was Pittsburgh settled by a family named Pitt or Pitts, or is it some more literal reference to like fruit?
I believe it was named
I
for.
don't
I believe it
know.
was named for William Pitt.
The younger?
I'm gonna find out.
I mean, we are talking about the British Prime Minister.
Yeah. Um,
Okay.
let's see. Pittsburgh named. Here we go. Okay, Pittsburgh was named in 1758 by General John Forbes in honor of British statesman William Pitt, 1st Earl of Chatham.
So probably not the younger then.
Yeah, that sounds like Pitt the Elder.
You know what's funny is I only even know that those people exist because of watching Blackadder.
All right.
Seriously, because there was a whole joke about it in I want to say season 3 about William Pitt the younger, and William Pitt the even younger.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Now, there's an interesting thing here where you have this, that Google always gives people also search for. We have William Pitt the Younger, we have George Grenville, James Wolfe, Edward Braddock, Frederick North, Lord North, Charles Townshend, and we have Pontiac. But I don't see anybody searching for Buick or Cadillac or any of those notable people. No, huh?
Although I'll be honest, I have on occasion wondered where those names come from. I mean, was there someone whose name was Cadillac?
Yes.
No.
Was there someone whose name was Buick?
I don't know. There was a Frenchman by the name of Cadillac.
Why am I not surprised it's a Frenchie? I mean, like, I hadn't thought it until now. But hearing about it now, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Oh,
Sounds
for
like a
fuck's
French
sake!
machine.
This makes all the sense in the world. Um, it was named for David Buick, who invented the overhead valve engine. Founded the Buick Motor
Hmm.
Car Company in 1903.
And now I'm hearing a line from my Blue Heaven in my head.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh, for fuck's
You ever
sake!
see my Blue Heaven?
No.
Great
No.
movie. But there's this one thing, like the premise is Steve Martin is actually, believe it or not, the guy from Goodfellas. After he goes into witness protection program, and I could go off on the history of that, but um, like he's trying to introduce the FBI agent that is assigned to his case to his Italian family, and he does it in Italian. And he doesn't say like this is the FBI agent in charge of my case. He tells his family that he invented the rotary engine, right?
Oh
And
my.
after he's done saying it in Italian, like one of his cousins go, "I thought Wankel invented the rotary engine." Right? And so now you're talking about engine parts, and that popped into my head. Interesting bit of trivia. The woman who says that eventually went on to play Howard Wolowitz's mother in The Big Bang Theory.
Oh my. But here
Yeah.
in the people also search for. This is really interesting.
Mhm.
William C. Durant, Louis Chevrolet,
Mm.
Ransom E. Olds, Walter
Mm.
Chrysler, Henry M.
Mm.
Leland, Arthur Chevrolet, Horace Elgin
Wait,
Dodge,
wait, rewind. What was the Leland one?
Henry M. Leland.
Was there a car called the Leland that I'm not familiar with?
Um,
No clue.
might have been a. Let me look at this here. Oh man, he was all over the cars.
Hmm.
Leland created the Cadillac automobile, later brought out by General Motors. I believe the French
General
Cadillac.
Motors.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
believe the French Cadillac was a bicycle maker.
Okay.
Leland founded Lincoln. Leland formed the
Oh,
Lincoln Motor
okay.
Company.
Was
Hmm.
he from Nebraska?
I look. Um,
No clue.
Well, I
Lincoln,
mean, that's
no,
a
Nebraska.
no,
logical.
he was from your neighborhood. Henry M.
What in
Leland was
California?
born to Lavender and Zilpha, the youngest of 8, in Vermont in
Huh.
1843.
Okay. Well, now I'm kind of confused why he called it Lincoln then, because I'm pretty sure there isn't like a town or district called Lincoln in Vermont. I'd have to look. But my first guess would have been, I mean, maybe he named it after the president for all I know.
It's possible.
It's possible, yeah.
Anything
Um,
is possible.
oh my. Leland founded Lincoln. Leland formed the Lincoln Motor Company, got a $10 million contract, and started building the V12 Liberty engine.
V12, huh? Wow. That'd
I've
be a big
I've
engine.
seen V12s, but usually not in motor cars.
I
Hmm.
have never seen a V12.
I've seen a V8. They're not
Yeah.
very tasty, but I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
as healthy drinks go, I'll just be over here. Yeah.
I
Oh,
used to
and
have a
okay.
car with a V8 engine in it. That thing was a boat and a
So
half.
here's a question, because I don't really know, and I'm curious actually. Are they always an even number because like opposite sides of the engine?
I think
Or
it's
Well,
because of the number of pistons and
well,
stuff it
the
takes.
V engines, yes, they are to balance the one on one side, one on the other.
so that's why it's always
Yeah, a
Two
V6, a
numbers.
V8, a V12. Yeah.
V4.
right.
Now, my
Well, I mean,
understanding is that there is somewhere out there a three piston engine, and of course they're inline. Um,
Hmm.
then of course there's a straight six. I wouldn't have one, but
when you say inline, I'm picturing, like, say this is the front of the engine and this is the back of the engine. Are they poink, poink, poink and doing like this, sort of along the axis of the car?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
Yeah, I have to fix this whole thing going on over
Hmm.
here
You
because
know, instead of asking those questions, I could probably just do an image search.
I finally got the camera 2 back, and I never did
Oh,
anything about it. Um, yeah, this thing drives me nuts.
hmm.
I think it's OBS that's doing it. Sometimes it just will
Oh.
not recognize camera 2.
Okay, I'm looking at a picture of those engines and I'm like, oh, I've seen that before. I just wasn't picturing it properly. Okay, sure. So, you know, it's funny. I remember watching, I'm pretty sure I was watching it, might have been reading it, but I think I was watching it, a sci fi where the aliens were saying, look, humanity will never be an advanced species until you leave, like, grow out of the age of the wheel, until you're no longer stuck in the age of the wheel. And
Okay.
I remember that just because I'm trying to picture what we would do if we weren't using wheels to propel ourselves. How would that
Don't
look?
know.
I
That
guess we'd
is
have to have flying cars, right?
Well,
maybe.
yeah, but even then, wouldn't they have like turbines and shit?
Yeah, which would be wheels.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was trying to picture what was meant by that, what the alternative was. And I guess that was just aliens being mysterious because they're advanced aliens because reasons and hand
Or
waving
just
and
being dirt.
treadmill babble and all of that. But I mean, I'm just wondering like how to picture that.
Hmm.
It's bugged me for literally decades because I'm pretty sure I saw it in the 80s or 90s, whatever this was. But yeah.
Hmm. I don't know.
Oh well, I've been curious about that.
I
All
just
right.
wonder. I mean, if we're like you, if we're not using the wheel, then and not using flying cars, and what are we doing? Gliding in an airplane?
Well, I mean, I suspect that it's like, oh, we can manipulate gravity. You know,
Hmm.
like we have something under the car, under the flying car that just shoves us upward because it's saying, well, you know, my
Yeah.
gravitic, I don't know, forces are pushing downward. Uh,
Yeah.
you know, the opposite of the Earth's gravity or something, and that's why we can go up.
Yeah.
I remember
Okay.
Villy Lay describing why that sort of anti gravity wasn't possible. That whole thing about
Hmm.
the step in potential energy. You know, if I go from the desktop up here, up here
Uh
you've got
huh.
more potential energy than you do down there. How are you going to go about gaining that um, if you're not applying work to the levitated object? You know, one of those deals.
Applying what work did you say?
Work. Yes, that's
Okay.
force over distance.
No, I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly.
Okay. And it was fun. I mean, when I was reading this stuff when I was a kid, the book, if I remember correctly, the book was called Rockets, Missiles, and Men in Space. And
Hmm.
God, I loved that
Hmm.
book.
I don't know. It's just there's so many like things that people have said in the past weren't possible that now are. You know,
Yeah.
like people saying man will never fly. Well, look how that
We
turned
did.
out, right?
Well,
And
am I
so,
going up? You know, really, when you think about it, no.
but I mean, like seriously, you know, when people say something isn't possible, there are times when I buy it and times when I don't.
Oh, there.
Like someone I know was saying recently that um like all of the next like eventually movies will be writing or sorry, movies will be written by AI. And I'm like having a hard time
picturing.
Well, no, I mean, no, I tell you, let me explain, because I've seen people feed every Batman script into an AI and told it to churn out its own script, and it's freaking ridiculous what the machine came up with. Because it sounds like Batman written by a 5-year-old with dyslexia. It's terrible, right?
Well, and there's
But
the
then,
machine has
like I have heard music written by AI that's actually really good. The problem that I see is that computers can certainly copy, but what I don't think they can do is innovate. Like, I
Right.
think that
Yeah.
a
right.
computer could write a movie and even possibly animate it itself, Pixar style, and it might be pretty good. But what it won't be is original. It'll just
Right.
be derivative, purely derivative.
Well,
And so,
Mhm.
I was saying that to the guy who was saying that movies will be written by AI in the future. And he was like, no, it's going to be really good. We just don't have the technology yet, and you're not smart enough to understand it.
oh
I'm
please.
like, well, first of all, fuck you. But second of all, I still don't think that computers can be original.
Right.
It
No,
would be a
I'm with
repeat of
you.
what's already been done.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, given how many times we've said, like, well, man will never fly, et cetera, maybe it is possible. I just don't think so.
Yeah, I wish I could begin to understand the creative process. What is it about those little synapticals up there that comes up with novelty? I mean, I can understand information processing. I can get a
Hmm.
grip on the visual system, putting an image together from what comes into the eyes. But coming up with something absolutely new, how does that work? I'd really like to know.
Um,
Hmm.
I mean, and maybe an argument could be made that humans don't even really innovate so much, but I mean, I'm pretty sure humans do.
Yeah, I'm
But
reasonably
then
sure.
I've often made the argument myself that humans are just meat computers. So
Mhm.
I don't know. I
Well,
mean, in
Well,
fact, if you really think about it, and this just popped in my head just now, an argument could be made against intelligent design this way.
mm-hmm, yeah. The human brain, that sort of thing, could be described as a meat computer, but a meat computer with 20 trillion CPUs running in parallel.
yeah,
Hmm.
I think the difference between what you're thinking, Kate, and a human computer or meat computer versus a machine is that a machine is given a parameter, right? And humans are
Yeah,
not.
true. But at the same time, um, I mean, humans are given parameters, they're just not deliberately given.
Mm-hmm.
So, I
Hmm.
mean, even then, I'm not sure I agree.
Hmm.
Oh,
You
I've
know,
got into that.
I mean, that's the thing is this is one of the reasons why I argue against free will,
I was
is
just about
because
to say
humans
that.
are computers.
Yeah.
I mean, we are biological processes. In
Hmm.
fact, I argue for determinism because I don't think that we have free will. I don't think that we are able to control our own destiny, that it's just an illusion.
Hmm.
What I'd like to do is study um, the act of making a deliberate choice. And okay,
Yeah.
I'm stuffing my face here with potato chips. I can decide to put this bag down. Okay, I just did it. What contributes to that? That's what I'd like to learn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have a very difficult time picturing how, uh, like, uh, how deliberate thought is even possible, because it would have to basically break reality to be done. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, to make a conscious act of will, you would have to say, I am going to ignore, subvert, make an exception to the natural processes that make up the biological processes of my brain. And so essentially, free will would require magic in one form or another.
Hmm.
Interesting. Interesting. I
I
never thought of it
mean,
that way.
am I wrong?
I don't know. I'd never thought of it
Hmm.
that way.
I
The
don't
one thing
know.
I do like is what Hitchens said about free will. Of
Hmm.
course, we have free will. We have no choice.
Nah.
Yeah.
Which he preferred to, yes, we have free will because the boss said so. But
Hmm.
yeah.
Well, I mean, because how can anyone say that the choice I made was not the choice that I had to make?
Hmm.
Show me how that's even possible. And it's kind of the same way when people talk about like objective morality. I mean, as much as I really like people like rationality rules or whatever the hell the other guy's name is, British dude, really, really young, kind of has a bit of acne. Who the fuck am I talking about? Like cosmic engineer, maybe? I don't know.
You're
I
not
don't remember.
talking about EOT, right?
Oh, absolutely
I
not.
hope not.
Uh, but I mean, like they have been trying to say, oh, we have objective morality because we can make objective choices about reality, like or like we objectively make moral decisions or something. I'm like, you're just using the word objective because it's the word objective and it has some really cool meaning, but you're not actually talking about objective morality.
Well,
Like
Objective reasoning.
morality that would exist even if there were no minds to retain it, because that's subjective morality.
okay, how about this? I'm sometimes tempted to say that there is an objective reality when framed under utilitarianism. Um, I'm trying to
Is
remember
there?
uh, if it was John Stuart Mill or whatever, um, repeated by Scott Clifton. An action or statement is moral or good if it increases well being, reduces needless suffering, or both. An action is immoral if it somehow increases needless suffering, reduces well being, or both. And I can go on to say it's fairly easy to note when someone's well being is reduced. Um, kind of.
But here's the thing, though. Who's to say it's needless?
Yeah, that is a point that you have to consider, and I haven't figured that one out yet.
I mean, it's like, again, it's all down to subjective judgment. It's all down to, I think it should be this way, or I think it shouldn't be this way. There is no objective
Hmm.
standard. So, I
I see
mean,
your point.
again, the problem I always like to bring up is you've got the lion and the gazelle, and one of them needs to eat and the other needs to live. Who's
Yep.
right?
Exactly.
Whose life matters or whose well-being matters? It's all down to perspective. It's all down to, this is what I want, and this is what I think would be the best benefit. There is no objective standard. There can't be one.
Yeah, and this is where I would be tempted to jump all over Alex O'Connor. Um,
That's who I'm thinking of. What's his YouTube name?
oh my, um, godless something. Let me look.
Yeah, but I mean, my point is that when he and Rationality Rules start talking about objective morality, I'm like, you guys are just using the word and ignoring its meaning.
Ah, cosmic skeptic.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, because there are times I would really like to have a serious discussion with him. Call me what you will, but I think he goes a little over the top with the veganism.
Does he? I haven't really noticed.
Um,
I mean, is this on or off his YouTube channel when he does that?
I've seen most of it on Twitter.
Yeah, see, that's why I only follow him on YouTube, and I haven't seen it just because I only follow him on YouTube, and he doesn't go off on YouTube about veganism.
Okay, okay.
I don't know. I could never be a vegan.
Mm, I like to eat meat too much.
I mean, I have multiple reasons I could never be a vegan. Some of them are honest, and some of them are silly. But I could never do like, okay, for example, vegan should be vegan, and you're
Yes,
from the state
yes.
of Vega if you are a vegan. So, calling yourself a vegan bugs the sci-fi fan in me.
Hmm.
Number two, and this is another silly one, anything in the animal kingdom that doesn't eat meat is prey for something that does. I don't want to be killed and eaten, so I eat meat in self-defense.
Okay.
Right?
That
Now,
makes
I mean,
sense.
but in a way, that one does have a certain amount of truth to it, just because we are omnivores, and there's no escaping
Hmm.
that.
Yeah,
I mean, my dad was a vegetarian through my entire childhood, and at one point, his doctor literally said, "No, you have to start eating meat for your health."
Yeah,
yeah.
it's killing you not to eat it.
Was it a vitamin B12 deficiency?
I don't know. I was really young,
Okay.
but the point is that we are meat eaters. Being vegan is to your own detriment.
Yeah. Now, I was a preferential vegetarian at one time. I was about 20. Um, I was in my 20s, let's put it that way. And I liked it. I mean, I was, as they call it, ovo lacto vegetarian.
Mm.
I ate milk and drank eggs as well. Um,
I
You
hope
ate
you
milk
got
and
that
drank
backward.
eggs, huh?
I really hope you got that backward.
of course I did.
Okay, let me put it this way. I really hope you got that backward deliberately.
I hope so too. Yeah, that
well,
would be
when I pull that
foul
off,
otherwise.
um, I can't help but
Oh my god.
envision the scene in Rocky where he's cracking the eggs into the glass and
Mm,
then drinks the whole damn thing down.
ugh,
Oh.
There are people
so
who do
nasty.
that voluntarily, and it's like, where did you come
I,
from?
I, I've, I've heard of that. I don't know if it actually does anything. Is there a true benefit to that?
I can't say that there is.
I mean, like if you cook an egg, does it lose something that it wouldn't otherwise? Like I don't know, you cook all the iron out of it or something.
I
I can't
don't
think
know
of
either.
anything.
I mean, ugh.
Well, yeah, it is grody, but I'm just wondering what the justification is. I mean, I wonder if it's one of those like old wives' tales where it's like this does this really cool thing, and it turns out that no, it doesn't. But
Okay,
then it also seems like every couple of years, everything we knew was wrong.
yeah.
So,
Hmm.
Bottom line, raw eggs are a nutrient dense food packed with protein, good fats, vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants that protect your eyes. They're also an excellent source of choline. The yolks contain most of the nutrients. Now, as you're saying, what is it about cooking that would destroy any of that? And I don't know that there is anything about it.
yeah.
Maybe it would cook one or two of the vitamins into nothing. I don't know. But the thing is that you don't have a diet that consists solely of eggs.
Yeah. Of course, my gut reaction literally to eggs is not good. You don't want me eating eggs.
Mm.
I mean, if they're in something else, then it's okay. But if they're not, yeah, I will create a public health hazard eating eggs. So,
So,
don't give me eggs.
you don't want me making you an omelet?
I don't want to be an omelet.
I'm happy being a human, thank you. I
Yeah,
don't
I
need my
mean,
brain
there's really
scrambled.
only
well,
one way
one
I want.
words of wisdom from George Carlin. Why
Mhm.
is it that when it's a human, it's an abortion, and
Uh,
when it's a chicken, it's an omelet?
Yeah, I have to
Oh.
admit there are times when eating an egg gives me a little bit of cognitive dissonance just because I'm like, yeah, kind of like eating hen cum here. That's a little gross. So, yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
Although, again, with George Carlin, he's like, that's not the end of an egg, it's the beginning of a chicken. So, yeah.
I miss him. I really do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, like I don't know if I'm gonna say he was the best comedian, but god damn was he amazing.
Well, I will
Mm-hmm.
say, and I will ask anybody who disagrees to argue with me. Um,
Hmm.
in my not so humble opinion, Carlin was the greatest social commentator of the late 20th and early 21st centuries.
Yes.
I'll give you that. Sure.
And he made it
Oh man,
funny.
you know how like every now and then people will decide that someone who was an amazing entertainer or some movie or something was actually really shitty and scummy and slimy. Because I've seen people doing that with Carlin now.
Uh,
So what did he do? Allegedly.
I don't know. I guess he was like sexist or something. I don't know. But they had this whole thing about how George Carlin was really shitty, you know? And I'm
oh
just
boy.
like, guys,
I don't know
let
of it.
people enjoy things.
I don't know of it. I know many of his diatribes did not seem to me to be sexist. Um, if there was stuff he did in private, I couldn't tell you. I mean, I didn't live in his house. Um,
But I mean, it doesn't it seem like every now and then everything you knew was wrong.
mm-hmm.
You know, where it's like, oh, Daniel LaRusso was the bad guy in The Karate Kid. Ferris Bueller was really an asshole. And, I mean, I can see the argument for Revenge of the Nerds having a rape scene in it, but I don't know. It's just it seems like after a while everything that was awesome in your childhood was really, really bad.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm never one to really shout, "Oh, shut up, PC police," but sometimes I really am.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
there are many times I want to do the, shut the fuck up thing. Um,
Well, but I mean, I was raised by hippies. I have very liberal beliefs, but at the same time, it does feel like that people can just go so far overboard with it.
oh, yeah, absolutely. The smallest
Yeah.
things and then going overboard in the worst ways about those smallest things. Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think. There was something that went through my head and then I lost it.
It was
That's an
probably a flea.
say again.
It was probably a flea,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
said.
Yeah. You never know. I mean, the little one might have had one and it got into the ear cups on this thing or something like that. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
But
Oh.
I
Oh
just
my
I
goodness.
can't stand that whole everything you know is wrong bullshit that people keep pulling lately.
Well, one that really gets on my nerves is the word by which I describe myself.
Mm.
Um,
Oh yeah, that.
and guys, it is a legal part of speech. It does work. It's called a participial adjective. I could describe um, Sandy Koufax as a left handed pitcher as easily as I could describe myself as a transgendered woman. But for some reason,
Hold on,
Glad doesn't.
rewind.
Uh huh.
Is he not a left-handed pitcher?
Koufax was definitely a left handed pitcher.
Then I don't get the analogy.
Okay, I've had people tell me that left handed was never, ever used in, in practice. And I can pull out, they're around somewhere, tapes of Vince Scully describing Koufax as left handed.
Then why? What? How?
They,
People being
I
contrarian
well,
asshole.
what did they say?
they claim that
Or
these participial adjectives are not parts of speech. They are not part of
Oh,
English
oh,
grammar.
oh,
Yeah.
oh, 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 I see what you're getting at. Sorry, I thought my brain went somewhere else with it. I thought you
Oh,
were
okay.
saying that he was like for some reason left-handed was rude and you had to call him alternatively handed or some shit, where it was like,
Mm.
sorry. Well, but I mean if people didn't say left-handed, what did they say, a left hand pitcher?
They're starting to do that now, and it
Oh boy.
enrages me because that is the stumbling block in grammar, if you will. That is what does not belong there.
I
Um,
mean, I can see the argument, but it seems like nitpicking and it seems like manufactured outrage.
because here's
I
the thing.
hate manufactured outrage,
Okay,
which I know sounds ironic, but seriously.
on my home planet, left hand means the one on the left or on the
Yeah.
left side, you know, rather than having the quality of the left hand being dominant. And nobody did anything to Koufax to make him left-handed, the way the wonderful glad people are going on about. It sounds like somebody did something to me to make me transgender. No, it doesn't.
Uh,
Damn.
that's just it. Oh, also you're not a carpet.
Oh yeah, yeah. About
Asian
Oriental.
versus Oriental.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck's sake. I would like to find somebody, point to one instance of someone saying Oriental instead of Asian and being mean about it deliberately. And if they can show me one, I want them to show me 10.
Uh
And
huh.
after they've shown me 10, I will go, okay, maybe you have a point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But right now, I'm sorry, but Oriental is not an insult, never has been. And if you're like wigging out about it, you need a chill pill the size of a phone book.
The only thing I can say about that is, unless I am totally wrong, and oh, that never happens,
Hmm.
Orient originally referred to the Near East rather than the Far
I
East.
wouldn't know about that, but okay.
I was watching a film a couple days ago. I love to I love to cast about YouTube, and there was some stuff about the Crusades, etc., etc. That did not involve Terry Jones, although I love his video series about the Crusades. Um,
Hmm.
but there was something mentioned that implied that the Orient was the Near East at that time. I don't know.
Hmm.
We're talking Persia, that sort of thing. Um,
Do you remember a magazine called Ranger Rick?
Vaguely.
yeah, same here. I
Because
don't think I ever read it.
yeah, well, my parents got me a subscription because they thought I ought to read it. Like, it was not a requirement. They just thought, hey, this is a thing, and we love nature, so, you know. And so I had one issue that was about orienteering.
Oh
And
yeah.
and the first time I heard that and Orient and Oriental, I was very confused because, well, they have the same sort of root, but they don't mean the same thing. And I was just really boggled by it.
Oh, in a sense, they kind of do, but not really. It's more
Yeah.
not than do. Because when you're orienting yourself, you're easting yourself.
Are you?
Orient is
Okay.
literally the east.
So the Orient came before orientation, really,
I'm guessing so,
or
yes.
something. I don't know. That seems really strange to me, but very well. Um, I don't know. Language is weird.
Yes, it is. And some of its weirdnesses I absolutely love. There's a kid that does language videos The kid's annoying, but his content is great.
Well, what's clear to me is that the English language was definitely designed by committee.
Indeed, it was. I
Is
mean,
it, have I told you about Phil?
Mm-mm.
Phil is the guy at the back of a room where everyone's making plans and they have screwed something up royally, or they're about to, or their premises are all wrong. And Phil is the guy going, guys, thing. And everyone goes, shut up, Phil, and keep doing the bullshit that they should be correcting.
I didn't know that
So,
person had a name. Okay, I've learned something
well,
today.
that's because it's my thing. I thought Phil was the right word for that guy, or the right name for that guy. But yeah, so I'm quite certain that English had a Phil.
Well, the first travesty was the Normans taking over, because they brought their Norman French with them and screwed up Anglo-Saxon forever. What can I tell
So
you?
here's the thing. I mean, I know what Anglo means. I actually don't really know much about the Saxons, but when they were speaking their own language, were they saxophones?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Actually, it wouldn't shock me to discover that the musical instrument is literally a Saxon phone.
Actually,
Like
it's
the Saxons invented it, it wouldn't shock me.
actually it's named for its inventor. I believe it was Bernard Sachs. Let me look that up.
Okay. Kind of like the sousaphone then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I like my idea better, but you know. Well, it's more entertaining, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
But then it's
Oh,
actually weirdly rare to get people to agree with me on what's entertaining.
I'm sorry. I was all wrong. It was Adolphe Sachs.
Ooh.
Okay.
Um,
It sounds very German.
Pretty much. Okay. He was a musical instrument designer born in Belgium.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So,
so out of the Low
okay,
Countries.
here's a question. Um, you know how like after World War II, the toothbrush mustache kind of fell out of favor because of Hitler, right?
Mhm.
Well, did the name Adolf also fall out of favor?
Pretty
Like,
much.
did
I
people start naming their kids Adolf?
Pretty much. I'm
I would
trying.
assume so.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Well,
remember. It
I
may
mean, because
or
I remember, for example, Dolph Lundgren. I'm sure Dolph is short for Adolf,
oh, of course it is.
but his parents had to name him that.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mhm.
I don't know.
Well, my paternal grandfather was Adolf.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Everybody called him Ed, but he was Adolf.
Wow. Okay. Is that your namesake?
Um, a little bit closer.
Your dead
The
namesake.
male slimy bastard was also Edward.
I see.
And then when the
So would
story
that make
goes
you
that
the
when
third?
they were, they brought me home and everything, what shall we name this thing? And Bobka said, "Oh, gotta be Edward. Gotta be after you." And
Hmm.
I'd like to have some words with her, but she's been dead since 1986, so not gonna head too far from there. Um,
Well, we can find a psychic and
yeah, there you go. She was also the one who was responsible for me being in the Catholic school system. Yeah,
Mm.
she strove hard to convince the slimy bastards that I should be in Catholic school. That's how I ended up there in third grade. And oh God,
so, I mean, okay, given what you just said, but the fact that you almost always seem to talk about her as if she was amazing.
she was amazing. There were a couple of things that weren't so amazing, but if I kind of cut her a break for some of that, she's amazing.
Okay.
It's because that the way she was brought up, the way she grew up, the situation she was in. Her religion, her church, played a very important part in her life. And she did think she was doing well. She did think she was doing a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I don't agree, but I get it.
I don't agree either, but yeah. The interesting thing is the male slimy bastard was almost Patrick because he was born the day before St. Patrick's Day.
Oh.
And then he was almost He was almost Joseph. I believe St. Joseph's Day was March 19th. Let me look it up. Okay. EPH Day. Yes, St. Joseph's Day is March 19th. And he was born on the 16th.
I see.
Yeah, yet another thing I don't like about March.
I like March.
I wonder why.
It's my birthday.
I have no real strong feelings about March.
I dearly love my birthday, but it has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, but we know why.
Mm-hmm.
My birthday's pretty dull, honestly. Not a lot ever happened on it. There's one or two celebrities and one really annoying death, but other than that,
Yeah. I'm looking here.
I'm trying to figure out the name of a webcomic. And when I described it to people, naturally, of course, they didn't understand, which is really frustrating.
Hey,
But, man, I cannot find this thing to save my life.
well, if I've got it right, you could reach for this as a good thing. Today
what?
in history. On December 15th, 1791, the new United States of America ratified the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the U.S. Constitution, confirming the fundamental rights of its citizens, etc., etc., etc.
Well, I guess that's a good thing, but
Doesn't
no one
mean
else will
anything
really
now.
notice unless they look it up like you just did. You know, I'd love if there was like on this day, December 15th, we landed on Mars or some shit. I don't know. Or this famous celebrity was born or something. Well, actually, I mean, okay. Don Johnson and I share a birthday, but when was the last time he was really relevant?
Oh,
Not since
jeez.
he played in Miami Vice.
I was going to say, it's a
Yeah.
while back. No, I don't know what I just
Yeah,
said.
ich
Really, I don't.
and Budut and Skeeter and Wadot and Chew.
Yeah, there we go. And hi. Anyway.
Actually had some people in my comment sections on my videos say that they thought I was being way too rude every time I would describe, like when Muslims would speak in Arabic or something, I'd describe it as a moon man language, and people got really snarky about that.
Oh my.
But you know how like every time they say like Allah or Muhammad, they have to repeat that Arabic phrase that probably means something like peace be unto him or some
Oh
shit.
yeah, that one. Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like Allah, blah, 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 and then back to English. And I'm like, dude, really?
Well, I don't. The way it works, I don't think Allah understands English. So the only thing he knows is the Arabic.
Yeah. How all-knowing and all-powerful is a God that can't speak the English? You know, and
Not very.
when I would speak Klingon back at them in my videos, people thought I was being offensive. I'm like, dude, chill.
Oh my! I'm looking up here, and I see that Be Mindful mentioned my mother was the one who noticed. She said before kindergarten that I always use my left hand to color. I have a question for you. Did anybody attempt to force you into dexterity?
Not
Um,
me.
They
ba-
did my brother.
yeah, I was going to say
No.
back when I was a kid, I had a couple left-handed cousins, and they did everything but tie their hands to their sides to get them to use the right hand.
Why, though?
I don't know.
I mean, like I know that some people seem to think that being left-handed was some sort of sign of devil possession or something, but why? I mean, it just seems so stupid, the need for conformity like that.
Mm-hmm. And I think
Although
maybe
I will say, like, speaking as a lefty and watching other lefties try to write something, there's one thing that they do, and I watched Obama do this and other people do this, drives me up the wall. When I write like this, right? But when I see a lot of lefties write, they write like this with their arm bent way the hell over and they write like that. And
oh,
I'm like, that looks so uncomfortable. Why do you do that?
I thought
I
oh,
write from below, not from above or whatever.
I thought that all you
I mean,
guys bent your hand around weirdly. No.
no.
Okay.
And I mean, I guess it's to keep from getting like ink or pencil stains on this part of your
Mhm.
hand or something. But honestly, I write like if I take this thing here, I will write like this. I mean, I guess that a lot of right-handed people will put their pen even with the words and write this way instead of this way.
Mm-mm.
But I learned
I
very
learned
early on to write from below, and it works.
I write from below and slightly angled
So I don't know.
because it makes it look neater.
Although
Okay.
I do remember once, and this was kind of funny. Um, Someone was watching me like fill out a form of some sort, and they watched how I was making my check marks, or they didn't watch me do it. They looked at my form later after I'd done it, after I handed it to them. They looked at my check marks in the boxes and were like, "Aha, you're left-handed," because the check that way instead of check that
Oh,
way.
it was in quotes backward.
Well, yeah, but you know what I meant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the tail of the check went off to the left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I was like, wow, you twigged to that. Cool. But another thing I noticed, you know those Caleb and Sophia videos from the Jehovah's Witnesses?
Oh, Jesus.
They're animated. One thing I noticed, and I don't know if this was deliberate, but I noticed it, is that Sophia, the girl, is left-handed. Or at least
I
she used her
have
left
no
hand for a
clue.
bunch of things. And I was like, okay, I know a lot of people think that being left-handed is evil. And I know a lot of people think that men are better than women. Is this a like deliberate slight towards women, towards females that she's left-handed, or was just the animator going, this is what looks right?
For all I know, it was the former.
Yeah,
Especially
I
when you're
mean, I
talking
have
about.
no evidence for that conclusion, but I noticed she's left-handed, and that's what went through my brain.
Yeah, it's
I
nuts.
got no clue. I don't know anything about those videos, so
I might have found that web comic I'm looking for.
ooh.
I'm not for certain, but it looks really close.
You know.
I think it might be Sinfest. I'm gonna have to look this up. Let me see.
They wouldn't be that weird, would they?
What, who, where with the what now?
The Caleb and
The Wahiki?
the Caleb and Sophia coming out of JW.
Yeah.
The name Sophia. Are they also taking a swipe at knowledge and learning?
Why? You mean like sophistry?
Like philosophy. I mean, Sophia
Oh,
was the goddess of knowledge, if I remember correctly.
I don't You know what? I don't think they're that clever.
Okay.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think they're
Or
that clever.
wisdom, I should say, but that's another story. Yeah. Um, Sophia is a central idea in Hellenistic philosophy and religion. Um, let's go here. Originally carrying a meaning of cleverness and skill, the later meaning of the term, close to the meaning of phronesis, was, or possibly phronesis, was significantly shaped by the term philosophy, as used by Plato.
Play-Doh. I know, I'm kidding.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, as you're saying, one would have to be rather clever to pull off something like that. But
yeah, I mean, that's several layers deep that, I mean, I've done that kind of thing, usually for humorous effect. But I mean, I don't know. I had a pet mouse once named Frankie, and I forget why, but his name was like 6 or 7 layers deep of pun.
mm,
It was something like Frankie, Frank. I think it went to Sinatra somehow.
aha,
Hmm.
I'm not sure. I totally forget because it was like 10 years ago, but I had, yeah, a mouse named Frankie.
Hmm.
I had a I had a mouse at one time. Well, the ex and I had a mouse, Moishe. Where Moishe got his name, I couldn't tell you, but he was Moishe Mouse.
Okay, I did in fact find the webcomic I'm thinking of. Yes.
That's
It's called
good.
it's called Sinfest. And the girl I was thinking of with the wacky sort of spiky hairstyle at the back is this one right here.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like a duck butt.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was trying to explain it to people. They weren't getting it.
Hmm.
I don't know why not. I mean, I thought my description was pretty spot on, but the suggestions I kept getting were really shitty.
Hmm.
Like, for example, let me pull this up here. From my description, come on, stupid mouse, what's going on here? I hate that. Present now a
Squeak, squeak! I
window.
tell you, squeak. Anyway,
Like from my description, people thought I meant the girl at the bottom of this.
No.
No,
Goodness.
no.
They had to be half dumb.
So I mean that was pretty different from what I was
Yeah.
describing, but for some reason that's where people went. There was another one that people thought I meant that was again not particularly close. Um,
Hmm.
let's see here. Because like I said, spiky hair at the back, and they thought I meant a ponytail. I guess I don't know, but they suggested this one.
um,
Okay. They
I
have
Um,
no clue what spiky means.
I don't remember
yeah.
spiky ponytails.
So I mean, but I found it, so that's good. Man, I have the worst time explaining art to people. Like when I try to describe, I know I've mentioned this before. I say, okay, here's 3 or 4 songs I think sound similar. Here's what I think is similar about them. Either tell me the name of the genre or find me another song that's like it, another band that does songs like it. And I get things that are so out of left field compared to my examples. I'm like,
Where did you
how?
find this?
Yeah, but the thing is, it wouldn't shock me if I tried to do that with you guys and got the same result.
It's
Apparently,
possible.
Well, in some
apparently, what
cases
came
you have,
here,
yes.
and I don't get it. Like why are my descriptions bouncing off of people so hard? I don't know. It drives me up the friggin' wall sometimes because it is hard to find new music. It's hard to find movies that I want that I haven't seen already. You know,
Okay, yeah.
and when
Right.
I ask people for advice, it goes so far off base, off the rails. I'm just like, I don't even ask anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And it occurs to me that so far the only thing I've consumed today is that mug of coffee.
Oh no.
Oh, I've
Oh
had a
no.
mug of or glass of soda and my pills.
Ugh, I don't even want to stop, but I may have to just to refuel.
Yeah. Oh, this
Well,
could hurt.
yeah, the sports ball game is coming on in a bit over
Like
an
two
hour and a
hours.
half.
Is
Yeah.
it? I thought
Yeah.
last time I checked. Okay, it's
It's
like an hour and 40.
5 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even have a way to see it, so I won't bother.
Yeah, you
Um,
do. Yeah, you do. You can stream it for free on a web browser.
Stream it where?
Foxsports.com.
Yeah.
I didn't know they did that. I really
Yeah,
thought
they
that
do.
Hmm.
um, the NFL wanted their royalties and all that bullshit.
They show you the commercials.
Oh, they don't show you the game, they show you the commercials.
No, no, no. They show you
No,
the
they
game
show
and
you
the
the whole
commercials.
game,
The
but they don't.
commercials are part of the game. It's all there. It's like you're watching it on TV, except it's on a web browser.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is, what is it, Fox Sports, all one word?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Foxsports.com.
And I mean, I could give you the rest of the URL, like /NFL/2020 Super Bowl live stream or live stream.
No, it
But
gave me that all by itself.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm looking
yeah.
at, Jesus fucking, that looks so much like Newt Gingrich. I'm afraid it would be, but no, I don't think it's supposed to be. The guy standing
Oh,
next to Terry Bradshaw.
actually, this is weird. I'm actually not getting it. It says, oops, looks like we're having trouble loading this video. You can check out other videos while we get it together.
Last night, Nick Bosa saying what's up to Jerry Rice.
The video box it gave me on the page I got to, it was something about, I don't know what they're doing. It's a lead up to whatever, and okay, the stands are not even full yet, so you would think that people would have come early to get into
Early.
the seats. Yeah.
Well, if the seats are assigned, why would they?
Well, the only thing I was thinking of was traffic to get in and
Yeah.
out and everything else. Yeah.
Okay. Point.
Because I tell you, at PNC Park, sometimes I have a hard time getting around everybody, and my seats are on the rail, and nobody comes to the games. So I mean, the Pirates are that bad. I'm coming to see the visiting team, so I don't worry. No, I think I'll get to one game this summer, and that's it. Because I was originally going to put the money aside for Faithless Forum, but now I'm putting the money aside to get caught up after all those co-payments.
Oh,
Which
this
I-
is going to frustrate me. If I can't actually get the Super Bowl, I'm going to be pissed.
Oh my. Now, if I'm okay, the thing you were looking at. Let's see. Wait a minute.
Oh, it might be that you can watch it at NFL.com.
Okay, when you went to Fox Sports, the
Yeah.
opening page was that with the five guys standing in a line.
I see that it says now playing, but it's not playing. You know what? I wonder if it's possible that our stream is killing it for me.
Oh,
Mm.
could be. I mean, I'm getting it, but then again, um, I'm not where you are, and you are so
Yeah.
happy about that. Uh,
Let me try a different browser, like Firefox or some shit.
yeah, okay. This thing is labeled Super Bowl 54 pregame live.
Let me see here. Survey says, well, it looks like it's actually trying to load it, at least. Press play.
Actually, I'm looking at this.
Oh, yeah, there it goes.
Okay, then, yeah. Is this supposed to be Super Bowl 54, or is it supposed to be Super Bowl Live and they misspelled live?
I'm thinking it's 54,
Okay, I just wondered.
but I don't know. It's funny. There was this one dude in the last Super Bowl whose name made me go "sha right" because it sounded like a Shrek character. His name is Gronkowski.
Oh
No,
no.
Does that not sound like a Shrek character,
it
like his cousin
does.
Gronkowski? But I mean, apparently it's his real name. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, because I had this all upside down and backwards. I guess Major League Baseball is the more money hungry of the two then, um, because Major League Baseball does that whole blackout shit. Like for instance, the
Mm-hmm.
playoff games and the World Series. If you want to see them, you have to be subscribed to a cable carrier and
Mm-hmm.
have um, ESPN or something like that on your list of extras that you're
Oh,
buying
football.
to be able to see this thing over the browser, over the internet. And I'm thinking, well, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got the connection already through television and through why do you want the internet through the browser? But that's what they want, and that's why when I was buying the seasons broadcasts, I still wasn't getting the playoff games. I only got them over radio.
Mm.
You know what I always thought was kind of funny is like when they were playing sports, didn't matter what sport, football, baseball, whatever, in high school, all the guys on the team had to wear like a suit and tie to school before the game. Like the day of the game, they had to dress up. I always thought that was weird.
Boy, it sounds like somebody's trying to emulate the Yankees, and it's like, no, nobody's gonna do it the way the Yankees do it.
Although actually, you know what? The dudes doing track never had to.
Okay, well, track didn't count, right?
Well, I don't know. I just know that baseball and football had to. I just thought it was very strange.
I I don't know.
I don't remember my high school doing that, but then again,
Oh,
my high school was weird.
I just remember wondering what was up, and then someone mentioned the game. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to have the more typical high school experience. You know, instead of being one of the outcasts or the nerds, to be the one who goes to the game to watch it with the rest of the neighborhood and, to maybe even consider cheerleading and all that shit. I wonder what it would be like to be one of those people sometimes.
Super busy.
I think back and I'm thinking, okay, I would not be me. Now,
Oh, of course
Well,
some may say that that would be a good thing, but
Hmm,
I kind of like being me.
I like
I'm not
being
very good
too,
at being someone else.
but I still wonder what that would have been like. because I see it in the movies, I see it on television. I don't know if it matches reality what I see on that, but like I never even thought about going to prom. I know that going to prom would have been a huge mistake for me, just because, I probably would have gotten the Carrie treatment if I had gone to prom.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I didn't even consider it.
I went to prom in my junior year, and it wasn't as fun as everybody says it was going to be. It was, oh God, um, just it wasn't fun. Everybody's like, "Oh, but prom is supposed to be fun. You're gonna have so much fun," and it was like, eh.
Mm.
I
And
mean,
one of the TV tropes you hear about a lot, some girl goes to the school dance in a white dress, and it happens to be the day she gets her period during prom.
oh God,
Yeah, I'm just like, eh.
why, why?
You never live that sort of thing down, do you? That happens to
I
you.
wouldn't think so. No.
Yeah.
No, I used to go with TC to Special Olympics events for him. And the only thing I could tell you is going to games are super busy.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a participant, you don't get to sit down very much. But then there's the hurry up and wait periods where you're sitting around waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. So,
Sorry,
but those days get long.
I'm looking at the pregame show right now, and there's this old dude with a beard and one of those hats that I usually associate with cab drivers or grandfathers, whatever it's called.
I
I'm
think
just
I know the
wondering
one you're
how
talking
big
about.
that is. Yeah.
I don't know the name either.
I have a weird feeling I know what it's called, but I don't want to say it in case I'm wrong.
League is for scheming the running game.
No,
And everybody
no,
looks at
that's
it,
not
they
it.
think
Never
it's
mind.
the zone stretch play, but it's more than that. He has use check.
Okay, I see the guy you're
fullback that
talking
reminds
about,
me a lot of
yeah.
Moose Johnson. And he can go, and there will be a counter play.
Wow,
He
it's
cleans
funny.
out
I
the
typed in
holes.
old
He uses
man
carry
hat,
coming
and it
back.
came
A
up.
lot of counters,
Okay.
a lot of traps.
Yeah,
The
it's
receivers work
the
extremely
second
well.
from the left,
Their
right?
entire football team's committed to the
Yeah.
run.
One guy that you'll congratulate on the
No, I'm
win
just
today is
curious.
Bobby
Full
Turner.
array
Bobby Turner was a
on,
running back coach in Denver. He drafted
on
Terrell
Amazon.
Davis. Terrell Davis went into
But
the Hall
seriously,
of
I
Fame.
typed in
Raheem
old
Mozart,
man
he's
hat,
the one
and
who's
it's
coaching
exactly
him up.
what came
Bobby
up.
Turner came from Mike's staff over to his son's staff.
Yeah, they've got 3
Oh,
running
I
backs,
think
by the
that's
way. Not
funny.
just Mostert, that have over 500 yards for this
Okay, now,
49er
boy,
offense. All right,
the
this
one I don't
fantastic
see-
crowd. Unfortunately,
I see
we
that
have
is
to say
Bradshaw.
goodbye because it's time for us to head inside the stadium to join the
If
football
it's the
team.
guy I
Up next,
think
Jimmy with Andy Reid. Then
I
we'll
saw
hear from
him
the
earlier.
quarterbacks, Jimmy Garoppolo and
Okay,
Patrick
maybe I'm just
Mahomes.
missing
Who
it.
will be on the biggest stage tonight and
Oops,
shine the
whoops,
brightest?
not
We're less than 90 minutes
Terry.
away from the kickoff of Super
Oh,
Bowl
yeah,
54
that's the
as we
guy I thought you
continue
meant. I
here
swear
on the
I saw him
Pizza Hut
earlier.
pregame show on Fox.
And it's weird that I know his name. Why the frig do I know his name?
Terry Bradshaw? Oh God.
Yeah, to my
Sports figure.
knowledge,
That
he-
is Terry. In the old man hat. I believe that is Terry
is that,
Bradshaw.
Is that Bradshaw?
No.
Okay.
No.
I think it is.
All right. Well, he
I
aged
think it is.
weirdly. He
I,
looks like-
I
he
don't
looks like
know.
Grandpa from Jurassic Park, if that's him. And I honestly thought he was taller than that.
So did I. The interesting thing about Bradshaw, if I have it right, he really didn't like it here very much. And he was one of those good old boys from Louisiana.
Oh God.
Oh, that pizza looks so good, and I even hate
It
Pizza Hut.
does look good.
Oh man.
Pepperoni would kill me, but damn, that looks
What's
good.
Tumsworthy, you
I
ask?
always hated
It's
Pizza Hut.
anything
Maybe
that's
it's
worth
changed
the
since the
burn.
last
A
time I
snack
ate
that's
it,
got
but
you
I always
sweating.
hated
A
it.
game that's
Not
got you
really.
on the edge of your seat. Tumsworthy, because some things are worth the burn. Welcome to Tumsworthy. Tweet it up.
Where
Yeah.
you gotta.
I mean, I'm looking. Oh no, that is him. I'm seeing a picture of him, like on the Facebook Google image search. That's totally him. Holy shit! I never would have thought it. Never in a million years would I thought that that's that guy. And isn't it weird when you know the name of someone who's famous that honestly is so far outside of your sphere
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
you don't like you say Terry Bradshaw, I know exactly who the freak you mean, but why?
That looks like a creepy program on Netflix. Oh
What,
my
that
god.
Walk
Oh,
and
I
Pee?
wasn't looking.
Yeah.
Dude, who is Discount Bruce Willis there? And Discount Obama? Maybe we're not looking at the same thing. I'm seeing an advertisement for what I assume is a car, or possibly
No,
USA.
this is a USAA. It's an
Yeah.
insurance company.
So
Yeah.
seriously, those dudes, they look like Discount Bruce Willis and Discount Obama.
Yeah. They do, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh,
I do find it entertaining that we're getting the same commercials.
people.
I got the impression at one point that even online we get different commercials when we're streaming content sometimes, but it looks like you and I are seeing exactly the same
Yeah.
thing.
Now I'm seeing a Pepsi
Okay,
Super
what is this
Bowl,
now?
Shakira.
It's the fall's #1 news show, whatever the hell that is.
Yeah. So when you
Yeah.
said that the show looked creepy, were you not talking about an ad they were showing?
No, I was talking about Lock and Key. It's a new Netflix movie or program.
Oh. Okay. I don't know. I haven't been keeping up. I just want them to come out with a third season of Sick Note.
Hmm.
Such a great show. And apparently they have definitely confirmed a fourth season of Stranger Things, but I don't think it's coming out till 2021.
Mm.
That sucks. I mean, it's good, but it also sucks.
Boy, those seats there look like PNC Park during a Pirates game.
I wouldn't know.
Pirates
But
aren't good enough
wow,
to attract
Terry
anybody.
Bradshaw did not age well.
Yeah. Yeah, he's in the middle. That's Terry Bradshaw.
So who's the dude who looks like he really wants to be a G.I. Joe character? The one on the far right.
Oh,
Couldn't tell you.
I know who you're talking. The guy with the glasses.
Yeah, and the seriously the I'm in the military haircut.
He's always done that. He's always had hair like that.
Well, yeah, but I'm just wondering who he is.
I don't know.
I wonder, like, you know, at the Super Bowl they choose who kicks off with the coin flip, right?
Yep.
So that actual honest to goodness coin that they use, where does it go? Or do they keep using the same one every time?
No, there's a new one made.
A new one made
So
every year, if I remember
they have
correctly.
the actual coin and someone managed to get their hands on it and tried to sell it on eBay. I wonder how much it's worth.
A lot.
Whatever somebody will pay for
It's-
it, which in
Well,
some
but a
cases
lot
is a hell of a lot.
covers a wide range. How much is a lot?
Okay, hold on.
Like I'm guessing millions, if not, or at least hundreds of thousands.
I don't think that much, but
I don't know. Some people are pretty psycho about their sports.
Well, I'm going to try, let's see here. Super.
I mean, the problem is that there's almost certainly a, yeah, I'm looking and they have a coin flip collection. You can buy replicas, but I don't see how much it's actually worth.
Well,
Oh,
let's
well.
see. Yeah, you can get a
Super Bowl coin.
coin replica for this one
I'm seeing
Yeah.
like
for $100.
But I don't mean a replica. I mean the actual
Yeah,
coin.
that's what I'm
that's
trying to
on-
find. Collectible coins. Memorabilia sales. NFL Super Bowl 46 official two-tone flip coin. From Amazon. I rather doubt it's going to be the real deal here.
Well, of course not. But
Did you say something about you thought you had known about one that was stolen?
I didn't say that.
Okay. I sometimes hear things that are never said, so that's
I might have said like if someone got their hands on it somehow,
okay. Okay.
but I didn't say literally steal it.
Uh, I'm still seeing replicas
Mm-hmm.
for the most part. Yeah,
I mean, I guess
ranging
I
from
like
50
where,
to $100.
Where
let's see.
is? Because I'm going to guess that these coins would end up in Canton.
right.
Okay.
I am going to head off. I need food for one,
Oh no.
and
Yeah,
I
I
I
want
can't
to
have that.
probably
watch the Super Bowl
Well, when I say
stuff.
Canton, I'm referring to the Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio.
Yeah. All right. You all
mm,
have a good day. Enjoy the Super Bowl. If you're rooting for a
Arg!
team, I
I'll
hope
just
they
pull the damn
win.
thing out again.
But
well,
God damn it.
I'm saying San
tell Diana
Francisco,
I
but
said,
honestly, I'm not invested.
yeah.
Where is
Well,
the
tell
og?
Diana I said goodbye,
Where is the foo?
and I'll talk to you all later. Okay.
There it is. It's the boo and the goo. Okay then. Yay.
Yeah. And I'm
Who's?
guessing Robert X is from the UK. Am I right, Robert?
I don't know if he's from the UK. I thought he lived in Germany right now.
Well, okay, but definitely not from the United States. And
Oh,
I'll
right.
tell you why. Because there's no S at the end of sports. The way he like when he typed it, he didn't put an S on the end of sports.
Okay then. Okay then. Yep.
And I've noticed that in the United States we have sports and math, where in the UK they have sport and maths.
Moof beef.
Which what now?
Moof beef.
Which what now?
That is a word of my own invention. It can mean just about anything you want it to mean. It is spelled M-O umlaut W-B-I-V.
Okay.
Yeah, with the German pronunciations of the letters there.
Well, okay.
I got to find on that thing over here because I haven't been looking at the thing since the thing. And now there's the thing. And what am I talking about? I have no fucking idea. Here's
Howie
everybody.
Long. That's the name of the guy, Howie Long.
Oh,
They just showed a caption for, Mr. Discount Air Force Ranger dude.
boy, that sounds almost. Hang on.
All right.
Okay.
I wonder how many people are actually streaming themselves watching the Super Bowl. Like that's their thing, you know? Like I'm
my
on
God.
camera watching the Super Bowl. Here's my running commentary. Even though you could totally watch the actual announcers doing commentary, you're going to watch me do it.
Yeah, I'm hoping that nobody would do that, but I'm of course wrong. Now, when you
Oh, of
mentioned the
course.
Howie Long, the first thing that came to my mind was Huey Long, governor of Louisiana.
The first thing that comes to my mind when someone says Huey is Huey Lewis and the news.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
And then there's Huey
It's funny.
Duck.
I was watching this documentary. Well, I say watching. I was listening to it while I did other things in VR.
Oh God, I know that
about
feeling.
a guy. I want to say his name was like Aaron Hernandez or something, and he was a football player, but he got involved in this like gang stuff and was involved in a double homicide and all kinds of wacky stuff. And
Oh
it
wow.
was just all about how nasty and depraved he was. And yet people thought he was pretty awesome too. And he was a bit of a football prodigy. And ultimately, like I don't remember if he was having life in prison without parole or death sentence, but he ultimately ended up committing suicide, like for the benefit of his family somehow. Like apparently his suicide gave them a whole bunch of insurance money or something. I don't know.
Oh, what do you know?
Yeah. And I don't even know if he was doing that on purpose. I like he may not even have known about it or thought about it. I think he just decided, yeah, fuck this shit, and died. I don't know.
You know
But
what's really interesting though? You talk about this guy, the football guy, and he gets into the whole gang thing and everything else. Here, I would think that the NFL would give him a promotion. You know, it's you know.
well, but I mean, it was a bunch of homicide stuff. So
Oh man, I'll tell you, the football players and the shit they get into anymore. Um, I would
well,
not want a football personality as a friend, with the way many of them turn out.
now, do you mean when you say that professional, like NFL, or do you mean
Right.
the high schoolers?
Uh,
Okay.
Professional, yeah. I mean, oh come on, so many. A lot of rapists. A lot of
Mm,
well, the guy over here, for fuck's sake. Um,
you're gonna have to be more specific.
he never faced trial, unfortunately.
Hold
But
on. You
the
say the guy over here. I need you
yeah,
to be more
the
specific.
quarterback named Roethlisberger.
I've never heard of him.
Oh, okay. Everybody around here, the women around here love him, and I don't know why, because there are many, many credible accusations of rape against him, to the point where
Mm.
some of us call him Rapelessberger.
Well, I mean, do you remember like at the last election, the last general election, where women were literally wearing t-shirts saying something like Trump can grab me by the pussy any day or
Sure
something like
do,
that?
and I'm thinking, what is
Well,
wrong with you?
probably the same mindset though, is like people love a bad boy, you know?
Why? Oh well.
I mean, how many movies are centered around, the guy from the wrong side of the tracks who wears the leather jacket and rides the motorcycle and everyone thinks he's awesome.
Well, what,
You
the
know,
whole
he's
leader of the
he's the
pack
guy that's,
thing?
well, no, not so much. More like he's the misunderstood guy with kind of the heart of gold, but everyone thinks he's scum because he's not from the suburbs, and his family, like his dad is the steel worker as opposed to the yuppie dude, and so everyone's like, oh, you're just scum, you're low class, you're this, that, and the other thing, but he ends up saving the day.
Okay, yeah. Well,
I'm
that
thinking mostly of high school movies here.
that character is so little like the characters I'm thinking of, where these guys, well, Michael Vick, the one that
Mm,
was doing the dogfighting thing, and I'm not talking
mm,
about aircraft. Um,
I know.
yeah, and there's just a long line of them waiting to get
Well,
into the piece of shit Hall of Fame.
but I mean, my point though was that people love a bad boy. And even if it's not some discount Fonzie, I'm sure that someone out there is like, well, maybe he's going around raping, but that just means he's edgy or something. And going, how cool is edgy? He's got power. I'm going to idolize a guy with power who can get chicks into bed like that. I'm willing to bet that that's the mindset, is just, wow, look at how badass he is.
Wow. Wow.
I'm just guessing.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
know.
know.
I mean, I'm just thinking about the mindset, and it's like, wow. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah.
Yeah. And those are clearly not literally part of the stadium, what we're seeing right now. That has to be augmented reality.
Okay, wait minutes. And no, I do not have the thing over there, so I has to go look again. Wait a minute. No, that's that over there. So, oh, come here, you.
I mean, you know how like now they can literally put in like a digital line of scrimmage, and I'm surprised I even know
Yes.
that term.
Yeah.
And the players, it doesn't go over the players and all of that. I'm sure what we just saw was along the same lines, because that was like 3D CG models superimposed on the Super Bowl.
Okay, because I'm not seeing that. I came in too late. I'm seeing the guys at the desk and
Yeah,
some
you
guy
can
named Hill running around, going, flapping his arms and stuff.
hmm
Um,
But I mean, because they're gone already behind the guy. They're already gone. You
Yeah.
know, benefits of having 3 screens on the same computer is being able to watch that and you at the same time, although some would argue which one is the actual benefit.
Probably watching the NFL. Shuddered
So,
Clarion.
I'm seeing Turkish Airlines as their sponsor.
I
Is
thought.
that literally like, are people flying around in Turkey and they've decided we'll sponsor the American sports ball? Or is
Well,
there a Turkish Airlines here in the US too?
there is a Turkish Airlines. I think they do fly here.
Hmm.
But I thought we were on the outs with Turkey.
I wouldn't know. It's gotten to the point where I don't know who we're at war with anymore.
Okay, Turkish.
I mean, it seems to change with the tide. It's like before we were at war with
Yeah.
Iraq, then Iran, and this, that, and the other thing. What were those countries in like 1984 or whatever?
Well, I was
That
just going there myself. Oceania
yeah,
was one of them, and I think it was,
right.
we are at war with Oceania. We have always been at war with Oceania.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oceania, Eurasia, and East Asia, apparently.
Okay.
Or I think it's Oceania. Oceania? Clearly it's ocean with an ia at the end of it. I think it might be Oceania.
Oh, okay, okay. I was thinking that it resembled the name of the area that's currently on the maps and everything else, but no. Okay, gotcha.
Oh,
I'm not
I
looking
mean,
at it, so I
I'm
couldn't
just
tell you.
looking at I'm just looking at the construction of the word, and it's literally the word ocean with ia at the end of it. So I'm assuming Oceania.
Okay.
Here we go. So apparently Oceania, Eurasia, East Asia, and disputed. I'm looking at an actual like fictionalized map, and Oceania is weird because it seems to be Australia, the Americas, and the bottom half of Africa.
Okay, and maybe I've been doing it wrong all this time because I looked it up. Oceania is a geographic region that includes Australasia, Melanesia, Micronesia, Polynesia. So let me see if I can find. Wait a minute.
There was a 1984 movie with like John Hurt, I want to say. Wasn't there?
Yeah, and if memory serves me, it didn't do justice to the book.
Well, I have to admit, what I pictured in my head reading the book and what I saw watching the movie did not match.
Right, right.
Also, did they ever do a movie of Brave New World?
I don't
Because
know.
I always like for the longest time mixed up 1984 and Brave New World. Like cuz people would mention them in the same breath. So I don't know. Let's see. According to
Okay.
this, they made a bunch of TV movies, but never a movie. And it looks like they're developing a new one for later this year.
Okay then.
And it's got a cast. Doesn't really look. I'm not seeing. Well, okay, there are some like Anglo-Saxon names. Apparently, Demi Moore is in it.
Oi.
Huh.
Now I see
Okay.
that in the 1998 film, Nimoy was there.
I mean Nimoy.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he shows up in some of the strangest places. Well, right now he shows up dead, but there's another story
Oh my
entirely.
gosh, Bud Cort was seriously in that.
Who?
I don't know if we're looking at the same one,
No,
but
I don't think we
oh
are.
my gosh, Dalia really, or Dalia, or however that's. Which when was the one you're talking about?
98.
Oh, I'm looking at 1980. Never mind.
Okay.
Man, Bud Cort. I haven't seen him in ages. That's the dude who played Harold and Maude.
Okay, okay, that I remember.
Yeah. Why do I know this? Kier Dalia? Oh, that's who that is. That's Dave from fucking 2001. Is Kier Dulia, whatever. That's why I know
Oh,
that name. Well, that's the
okay then.
1980 version of Brave New World. Let me see this 98 version.
It's interesting that the Font of All Knowledge page under plot says the movie
Not that
loosely follows the plot of Huxley's novel, but adds a coda to the end. It's like, okay, so we know what this is going to turn out to
wow.
be.
Daniel Day Kim, really? Hmm. I don't actually see Nimoy's name though.
In the 98 thing?
Yeah,
Well,
maybe I scrolled past it, but I didn't see it.
I'm looking at the 1998 Wikipedia page, and over on the right, in those
Hmm.
boxes that they put in
Oh,
there.
there he is. I
Yeah,
found him. Yeah, I was not looking at Wikipedia. I was looking at IMDb. That's my go-to for movie info.
okay.
Okay, it's starting to get critical. I need food too.
Okay. I can understand that, especially if you're going to be doing that whole exertion thing that comes with and watching the stuff and everything. Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing
Not
now.
really exertion, but okay. No, the real problem is that all I had so far today was coffee.
Oh
So
my, that is foo-foo. Yeah, that is very foo-foo.
yeah. So I will see you later. Have fun. Stay
Well,
out of trouble.
thanks for coming by, and well, I'm always very appreciative when you do. So,
Yeah,
um,
well, I've made it a regular Sunday thing.
thank you. Sincerely, thank you. As I say, you're my right hand. So,
But I don't know what the left is doing.
yeah, we'll work that out. Yeah, one of those deals. So,
All
thanks a
right.
million,
Catch you
hon,
later.
and you take
Mhm.
care. All right, kids. This is pretty much the. Whoa. Boy, is this thing a mess. What really gets me is I don't understand how it is that the OBS just decides that it's going to change things all by itself with no input from anything or anyone. And it's like, what the hell is going on here? So I'll get this arranged over here. And then, okay, we're almost there. Almost there. And then the cannons on the Death Star come and get me. There we are. There we are. And I will say that I want to thank everyone who is here. I want to thank everyone who is not here. I want to thank you guys for putting up with the technical difficulties that we went through. God, that was something I don't want to see happen anytime soon again. One of those deals. And, let's just see what we've got going over here. We'll go to the Coffee with Lavender page. And, oh my, people flying to and from Turkey out of Chicago. Yeah, I don't know if that's changed this year or not. I personally wouldn't want to go into that neighborhood right now, but that's just me. With the tensions as they are and everything, it's just icky But I want to thank all of you, all 6 who are still here. How many disappeared when Kate left? It's the invisible fish. Yes, it is. I promised Jeff that I would do something about that. And it's going to be a while in coming, but I am going to do something about that. Because, yeah, Jeff noticed the invisible fish. I miss him so much. Oh, well. So, again, as I say, I want to thank all of you who are here. And I want to thank all of you who are not here. It's really interesting. I noticed that the people who are not here have a lot to do with my numbers. Because I might end one of these things and you've got what, maybe 35, 40 people or something. The next day it's up to 90. So a lot of you are tuning in after the initial broadcast. I want to thank you guys. I really do. I want to thank everybody who tunes into this, everybody who is a patron, everyone who has popped me a gift off my Amazon wish list, and like I say, simply those of you who come here and watch, because it's I do this for you folks. I mean, I love it personally, but I think I love it because you guys are actually watching it and paying attention to it, and you're interested in it. So thank you for that. You know, it's not so much a job as it's fun. So as we go with that, I will look at this over here, and I will say, at the risk of repeating myself and everything, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.